Stand by. The BRN goes worldwide at 6 a.m. Eastern.
Attention, BRN affiliates. Showtime in 90 seconds. Showtime in 60 seconds. "45 seconds. "30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
You know, like you're now such a junkie and that you have to have people actually administer ketamine to you.
That would be like you forcing the merch crick to do that to you, or some of your personal assistant to do that to you because you don't sleep well and the rattler's not working.
Well,
but
you know what, Jay? You might be projecting 10 years.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
Welcome. Good day. Hello. Great day. This is the Bubba the Love Sponge show. August 19th, 2024. How is everybody today?
So great. How are you, man?
Oh, it's been great.
What a Monday.
I already feel like I'm in a little bit of a funk.
Oh, no.
No, not like mean funk, like spacey funk.
You're thinking about...
I got so much stuff on my...
Dreaming of Indiana.
No, I'm not dreaming. And there's also a part of me too. I'm not dreaming of Indiana. There's also a part of me that like hates to travel. Like I hate being out of my own little bubble.
I get it.
You know, like the comfortability of my daily I have such a regimented daily routine that being on vacation kind of disrupts it a little bit.
Does that make you feel old though?
No. What do you mean make me feel old?
Well, because old people are the ones that bitch and moan about how vacations disrupt their daily routine.
Well,
I feel the same way, Bubba, but it makes me feel old too.
You really threw us out there, Dan. We're trying to be, we're trying to be like kind of younger than we really are, and not show our age. We're trying to try to lie and maybe try to be a little hipper than we really are. But I mean, we're not supposed to tell on ourselves that we're becoming boomers. Okay. we're supposed to try to smoke and mirror that as much as we can. And listen, you're a plastic surgeon, so of all people to keep, most people don't have plastic surgeons. We have a plastic surgeon. I have a plastic surgeon in my pocket. I could be doing all kinds of things to pull my face back to make me look like Dick Clark. I'm just saying. I'm Joan Rivers.
You do look a lot younger, though, than your stated age.
I don't know, man. It would be interesting just to take a picture of me just looking, just taking a straight, almost a mug shot at me, but having my hair done, maybe a little lotion, and then say, how old do you think this man is? And don't circulate it through Bubba Army channels. Just circulate it through just pop culture. Anyway, don't.
Wait, you want to go on Reddit? You can go on Reddit and post a picture of yourself and say roast me.
Oh God, they're so nasty there.
Do they do that sometimes?
I'm sure.
No, I thought they had a daily column for that.
Oh yeah, there's stuff for that. I just didn't know if you wanted just instead of
I don't want.
It's not going to be a guess my age gimmick.
I don't want to necessarily post it on where on an absolute Bubba sucks hater page. I want to put it on just a regular page.
Locals.
And just let people randomly. Don't make it a Bubba Army thing. Just put it somewhere. Not post it somewhere on Instagram or whatever, and just say how old does this guy look?
What if you sent Colton out to the streets with a nice picture of you?
Yeah, you could maybe do that.
Bubba, we're about the age of the Democrat vice president candidate. That guy is about our age, and he looks 100 years old.
That is true.
Hold on, Waltz.
Yeah,
Waltz,
from Minnesota.
Yeah, he's 58.
The
59.
guy who wants to put tampons in your elementary school boys' bathroom.
I understand that one. The other stuff I don't understand.
What do you mean? You understand putting tampons in fifth grader boys' bathrooms?
Mm-hmm.
You do.
Mm-hmm. I don't agree with it, but I understand it.
Oh, I don't.
You don't understand it. It's for the girls that think they're boys, so they can go to a boys' room.
Well, I think Bubba's saying, do girls get
What I'm
periods
saying
in
is,
fourth
Dan,
grade?
what I'm saying,
11,
Dan,
well, 10, 9,
Dan,
yes.
So, I was interpreting it as I don't even know.
You thought dudes were going to sit on them or something?
I don't know, but
yeah, I think it's for girls that think they're boys that
and
want to
they
go to
wanna-
a boys' bathroom
Yeah, but
and
I'm-
start menstruating at 9.
But
I know it's 1 in a million.
Don't you think cross-pollination of young boys that are starting to get boners and girls that are on their period could, be a bad combination, putting those people in the same, bathroom?
I agree with you, Bubba. I don't like the policy, but I understand it. The reasoning behind it, first of all, it made no sense until you think about it from the other way. Because boys aren't going to need tampons. But genetic females that identify as boys that menstruate would need a tampon, and they would be in that boy's bathroom.
How many do you have?
I don't know, 1 to 2 in the whole world.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. So why don't you just designate a particular bathroom, have and say, okay, people that are in this situation need to go to this bathroom, and it's a private bathroom. The teachers probably have a private bathroom or something like that. Or you construct a private bathroom.
Well, kids would be getting their periods all the time. Then if you set up a private bathroom, Willie. I don't want to use the regular bathroom, Bubba. So I'm just going to say I'm transitioning and I'm getting my period.
Exactly.
That's actually going to cause more transitioning.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
You can set up a private bathroom. Come on.
Put some lipstick on and say, and now you got your own bathroom, right?
Exactly.
Michael Rucker, 25.
Man, I can't wrap my head around it.
I think
because literally it's 1 or 2 people.
I know
we're going to make an entire law over that's statewide over every school in the entire state has to do all this retro stuff and add tampon machines and probably little baskets to put your I think you have to have tampon disposal too, don't you? You're not supposed. I don't think you're supposed to flush them, are you?
Well, they don't want you to flush them. You remember that. And tampon disposal is like biohazard because it's bloody.
That's what I'm saying.
It's gross.
So now when you install tampon machines, I'm assuming if you're a municipality or something like that, you have to have a tampon disposal system in place too.
Why not?
It's like a doctor's office that all has those sharp big red containers where after you've used a syringe and a needle, you throw it in there and it's a monthly service and they come pick it up,
But we have biohazard too because we have blood,
Right.
and bloody stuff needs to go in the biohazard bags.
So you got a biohazard and a needle gimmick.
Yep.
Well, I mean, so now each school has to have and let me ask you a question. I've never been in a woman's bathroom that offered tampons or even seen a tampon machine, but I'm assuming it's much like a condom machine.
In Warsaw, when you cleaned the bathrooms, they didn't have them? Really?
No.
Well, they just use like a wad of toilet paper?
No, in Warsaw in the 80s, it was bring your own tampon to the beach.
BYOT?
They were worried about selling you a hot dog and French fries at the concession stand. They didn't want you buying spending $1 on a tampon. No way. Just go into the water, create a little bit of some blood chum.
Good things there weren't sharks.
Well, bluegill are awful aggressive on the blood, I heard.
Yeah, they are.
Love me, your sister didn't have a pad. She goes out into Cinder Lake Beach. Next thing you know, she comes out of the water with 3 bluegills biting on her crotch.
Oh, it happens all the time.
So I don't know, man. I just can't wrap my head around having tampon machines and all the infrastructure that is involved in having a tampon machine in every elementary school in Minnesota and middle school and high school. And here's the deal, man. I'd love to be the guy that got the contract on that job.
Oh,
right?
Someone got one too, by the way.
Oh yeah,
absolutely. Someone got their pockets lined
absolutely.
on that.
So
no question.
In fact, they may have created a law just so they could line, the governor's sister's brother and his construction company with a $14 million deal that he's got $800,000 in, right?
Hey, Bubba, I just got a new contract.
Really?
Yeah, I'm putting tampons in all the boys' bathrooms in the whole county.
And here's the deal,
Dan. $14 million.
You may not even know a thing about it, but you could subcontract it out. So let's say you got $14 million, right?
Right.
You go to the subcontractor who really knows how to do that stuff and do bathroom construction and all that kind of deal, and you say, hey, buddy, give me a bid on this job. And he bids it out to be like, $7 million. You're like, okay, buddy, get it. And you still made $7 million for not lifting a finger, right?
Yep, just making all the transitioning.
Right, you're just the general. You're the general contract on the contracting job, and exactly. That's exactly how it went.
Just making kids
exactly
feel
how.
better
Hey,
about
I gotta come up with some type of something I can give my wife's brother, my brother-in-law. He's down on his luck. He's got this construction company. He could really, he's on his. It's really things aren't going so good. New home construction and everybody's moving out of Minneapolis. So not a lot of people building homes up there in Minnesota.
Yeah, his blockbuster contract's over.
So now, my brother-in-law, I'll get you a $14 million retrofit every school with tampons and biohazard disposable deals. You'll have about $400,000 in material, buying the machines and the disposal deals.
And a bunch of screws.
And then you can pay a whole bunch of dudes to install it all for about $4 million, put $9 million right in your pocket. And in Minnesota, man, you never got to work another day in your life with $10 million.
Then who are you voting for?
Who am I voting for?
No, if you're that guy.
Oh, I'm voting for the Democrat.
Right.
Because Democrat, he
line your pocket.
One, he's my brother-in-law, so of course I'm gonna vote for him.
Yeah,
but don't think
cocaine in the White House.
But don't think about just think about this, Dan. Your zingers are stupid this morning. I'm just saying, doing cocaine in the White.
Why is that stupid? They're gonna be partying it up as soon as they get back in there.
You don't have to be. You're like Dan. One of the complaints about you is you're just so MAGA. Like you're not like we're trying to be MAGA light around here and try to kind of be down the middle a little bit.
Okay.
But you're just so MAGA that you'll even get zingers in, anti-democratic zingers in when we're talking about other stories. We're talking about tampons in Minnesota. And getting the general contractor job and biohazard and all this kind of deal, and then you zing it into cocaine in the White House.
But Bubba, I also said I understood the policy. I wasn't completely dogging the policy. I don't agree with it, but I understood it.
No, you're the only one that makes any sense about the policy. We all think we can't even. None of us can even wrap our head around it or understand. You were trying to be, diverse and say that you understood, and I appreciate that.
Centered. I try to be centered.
I know, but then don't get a stupid, little MAGA zinger in it. While being by being up to speed and really, really adding to the story and knowing a lot about the story and helping me tell the story. Don't get like a MAGA zinger in. Okay. Just leave it at being knowledgeable on the story. And please, let me. There's going to be a bunch of people. Bubba always gets on Dan. Bubba always gets on Dan. Well, I mean, I got to. If I'm Tom Brady and Dan's my slot receiver and he runs the wrong route, I got to tell him you ran the wrong route, Dan. No big deal. Doesn't mean I'm mad at him or nothing. I'm just trying to, be a little more fair and balanced. And Dan, you know what, Dan, you got thick enough skin to take my criticism, I think.
Oh, yeah. Rolls right off my shoulder, dude. Just dust off my shoulder. Like Jay-Z. A little dirt on my shoulder.
I think Dan, let me deep down when I get on him a little bit, I think he gets so mad on the inside that he just wants to explode. Like, I wish I could be inside Dan's head.
Oh, yeah, part of it's smiling. The other part is like, F you, motherfucker.
Exactly.
I'll slap you little
Well, I think there's sometimes you make him sad because I look over sometimes and he just looks defeated.
Sometimes I am sad. Sometimes it does make me sad.
Just sad because he's so disgusted that he can't fight back. That's the only reason why he's sad. Because in his brain, he's not, oh, this is sad, Dan. No, in Dan's brain is, you mother effer, you fat son of a bitch. You think you can tell me what to do? You think you over there with your high school education thinking that you're all that, buddy, when I am more knowledgeable than anything. I mean, maybe some dirt. You might have me on some dirt car stuff. That's about it. But look at you fat son of a bitch. Okay, next time you call the office and what's that? So anyway, Bubba, man, yeah, it was great. I'm fine. Yippee-oh. But in your little head, you Dan, in your little head, honestly, as friends, how many times do you mother F me during a show?
Oh, not every show, but absolutely have. I absolutely have.
For real?
Well, I mean, but just like I say it to my brothers, you know what I mean? It's like,
is that who you vent with? Is your brothers?
No, I don't vent.
I mean, you don't tell nobody.
No, I don't tell nobody.
Like, you don't say, Jennifer, come in here. That son of a bitch. I was on a roll, and he was trying to give me. Then he says, "I suck MAGA D," and this, I tried to do a little zinger about cocaine in the White House, and he called me out on it, saying I'm a MAGA D guy. And poor thing, the bad thing about it is deep in her head, as it trickles on down the line, Dan. In her head, she's like, well, good for Bubba. About time somebody shuts this son of a bitch up. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
It flips on you.
Yes.
Because as soon as you're telling somebody that works for you that you're a dick to, as soon as you're telling that person that somebody was a dick to you, deep down they're pulling for me a little bit. Because they're like, yay for Bubba, telling this son of a bitch off. Finally somebody set him straight. We certainly can't. We have to bite our tongues, 7 of the 8 hours we work here a day. Can never say what we really want.
And that's the way it should be.
I'm just saying.
Just keep cheering.
Oh, Seth, what did you have going on this weekend? You haven't really said much over there.
Well, you're not talking to me, Bubba. What the hell?
I'm always talking. I'm always talking to you, buddy.
Oh man,
I'm always talking to you. I want you mentally involved in everything we do.
All right. Well, I mean, okay.
I'm just messing.
What do you want me
you.
to say about
what'd you do?
Dan's
this
Trump comments?
Yeah, well, I mean, if you were, because I have to program the show and be mindful of the overall sound and presentation of the show. You have lots of radio experience and programming knowledge. Me telling Dan maybe to suck a little less MAGA D. Do you agree with that redirect?
I mean, honestly, at this point, I think that this show's kind of established itself as a right-leaning show, and
we're right. Yeah, we're definitely right.
So I think Dan being, if you would call it, extreme right or MAGA, I think it kind of fits right in with, a good portion of the audience. So I don't think it's that out of bounds.
Okay, all right.
I mean, I think that anybody that you would call, liberal, I think, has either decided that they don't care about politics, that this doesn't bother them, or they found another show to listen to.
Oh.
I don't think anybody's hearing anything now and going, I'm never listening again.
Oh, okay.
What do you think about the tampons?
I really have no opinion on it.
Hold on. Okay, hold on. Was that not a corny zinger? Like,
I didn't even hear. To be honest with you, It got right by me. I totally missed it.
Dan, you want to recreate the crosstalk that got you one of these? Hold on.
The
Dan put a little zinger in there.
I wasn't setting him up to do another one.
So what got Dan a Tukey was Dan? Explain in your own words, please. I don't want to embellish.
I was implying that when the Democrats successfully yanked this election out from underneath Donald Trump, they're going to be partying in the White House again. That's all I'm saying.
With cocaine.
With cocaine.
With cocaine.
So
hell yeah.
Which I get.
All right, I guess I totally missed. I guess the zinger was warranted. I'm not dissecting zingers, but I'm just overall with the politics of the show, Bub. I think it's.
And Lummy's extra MAGA too. I'm not trying to be Johnny Liberal here. I'm just trying to be a little bit.
Just be what you are,
fair.
man.
I want to be fair and balanced.
Yeah, you just
Okay, let's be fair and balanced. Let's in a very intellectual way discuss the newly announced Democrat platform, if you'd like.
Well, that's a little bit more into the show today. That's more towards prime time. You know what I'm saying? We're not going to give that big high spot out at 19 past. You know what I'm saying?
I understand.
I mean, that's it's the DNC. I mean, our clickbait is the DNC is shaping up for a disaster. Boy, they're one day in. No,
it hasn't started yet.
One day.
They got started last night, though.
It did. I mean, they got started when it wasn't supposed to be started.
Why do all these people look like Pat from Saturday Night Live, the protesters, like that?
And here's the deal. I don't know.
They have nothing else to do, son.
And here's the deal. The protesters, here's what I'm a little bit concerned. Not concerned. Here's what I'm a little bit confused about. And the fact that, you know that there's going to be a certain people that are protesting that are just, MAGA, Trump, like, that's their jam. But the majority of the people at the DNC, I don't quite know who they really want to be. Like, I don't understand. Like, they don't look like Trumpsters. They don't look like they just.
It's the
Palestinians.
Yeah, the gays for Gaza and all that. They're all back there. I think they said there's 4 or 5 groups that somebody organized that is descending upon Chicago. I guess they had a big conversation after Kamala.
Is there a convoy? Remember back in the day, Lummy, when the people were headed, they'd do a convoy?
Yes.
Is there a convoy of four groups of protesters headed to the DNC?
Well, the 4 groups are going to, equal 100,000. But I mean, Bubba, they showed 1,000 cops that were lined up on bikes last night around the Chicago River.
But they didn't have this problem now, I'm just asking. But to me, it seems that they had their amount of protesters in Milwaukee for the RNC, but it was nothing to this magnitude.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
Well, they just blown it away.
They just had the assassination attempt, so they were tolerating nothing.
All right. So, but here's the deal. What are people protesting Kamala?
Killer Kamala. They're putting pressure on them to, call a ceasefire.
Okay. They're saying that Kamala and Joe aren't doing really much.
It's Genocide Joe and Killer Kamala.
Is that what it is?
That's
really?
That's what they are to. Yes, that's what they are to the protesters.
But see, I don't know that those people. I just think that they're so mad in the handling of Israel. And when I say the handling of Israel, that's both sides of the fence. Those are the people that are pro-Israel, feeling they've not done enough. And then there's the people that are pro-Palestine, saying that we are helping Israel kill innocent Palestinians. And what they're really doing is just trying to eradicate Hamas out of that area. And the whole thing is there's a no-win situation, because if you're Israel backed by us and you go in there and really do the job right, there's not going to be a lot of people left in the Gaza Strip, because Hamas and the West Bank, Hamas has entrenched themselves into that area so much that you don't know what the ratio of Hamas to Palestinians are. And they just have, kind of merged themselves right into both areas that, right?
So I think it's like killing cancer. You know what I mean? It's like chemotherapy kills most of them, but not quite all of the cancer cells. And I think that's kind of what they've done. They've done chemotherapy. The hair's falling out. The Gaza's been flattened. And they've killed most of the, bad guys. But there's still going to be a portion left, no matter how much you kill, unless you kill every single one of them. And you're never going to get the cancer. It's always going to come back.
So, and they don't fundamentally agree and have not come up with an agreement. So, but what I'm saying is, that's the problem, among other things, in Israel. But the people that are going to protest, they're not MAGA.
No. They're
It's like who are they gonna?
Well, the Free Palestine also it transitioned into pro-abortion. They're versatile, Bubba.
Yeah, Planned Parenthood's going to be there.
They have all kinds of things that they're transitioning into.
Wow,
after.
they're like Super Rangers. How they can just
shapeshifters.
They're like Transformers.
Any issue that's happening,
they just transform into it, right?
I think out of the 4 days of the DNC, I think they're going to protest something new each day.
Well, they said they're giving out. I guess Planned Parenthood's giving out free vasectomies and abortions.
And they can have trucks.
Yes.
Nice, Bubba, your abortion truck. You've been talking about this.
But hold on.
No way.
But hold on, man. Quite frankly,
pull up.
I can't think of a better marketing thing to do. Free abortions and free vasectomies.
Yes, and vasectomies.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, why not?
I mean, for real.
Well, they do it during Lollapalooza, so why not this?
That's what I'm saying. Listen.
Hey, all those people protesting should be castrated.
I have had a vasectomy, and it's really not a big deal. And I could see where I could be like in a Florida Bloodmobile that has maybe 2 little operating rooms in it, Lummy. And you lay. I mean, literally, all you gotta do is lay down. They just punch. They numb up your sack.
Oh God.
They punch a couple holes in it. They take these little micro scissors and they cut the tubing, and then they jam a they cartelize the tubing. That's it.
What's that smell?
And you can
My
smell
balls cooking.
Wow.
It'd be tough, man. I don't like to smell myself cooking.
What's that smell? My balls, ladies and gentlemen. That was uttered on the Cleveland Wheeler show back in 88.
On Z100.
Free. I think they should have that at every college football game. Everything.
Oh, just have it running around Alabama, Clemson.
I think you should have free vasectomy trucks and free abortion trucks that just circle around like the ice cream man does. just roll through.
Old men start running towards the truck.
Roll through communities.
The
vasectomy, you might want to go to the retirement community, and then the abortion, might want to go down where all the college girls are. And that's you're both into the spectrum, right?
Yeah, go to the sorority houses and
vasectomies are good for young men too. Did you know that literally if you are under 30 and this is the way it used to be, I don't know if they're encouraging it now, but if you're under 30 and you go to get a vasectomy, they you have to go through a questionnaire saying why don't you want to reproduce. And did you know that? If you're under 30, it throws a red flag for a vasectomy that you have to jump through additional hoops on because they don't like,
sterilizing young kids.
Yeah, they don't like sterilizing young men. They want, I guess the whole society is based on, reproducing, right?
Yeah. I sent you their tweet.
That and illegal
about
migration.
The buses. I think they got some coming from St. Louis and.
But who now? My question is this, Seth. Who are these people voting for? These people that are protesting, the 4 different groups. Who do you think is protest?
I think they're going to vote Democrat.
You do?
Oh, I mean, they're not going to vote Republican.
Mm-mm.
It says, "Here we come, Chicago. Our mobile health clinic will be at the West Loop with our Chai Abortion Fund and the Wiener Circle." At August 19th and 20th, providing free vasectomies and medication abortion. Oh, so that's just the pill.
Yeah, but that helps. That takes care of a lot of them.
Yeah,
up to about 10 weeks.
Well, yeah, here's the deal, man. If you're a girl and they give you a pill, that ain't no big deal. But them putting you in there and in stirrups and getting the vacuum cleaner out and. That process, I could see where you might only get 2 or 3 girls, at an event, Lummy. But if you're just handing out pills and you poop out your baby in the next couple of days, please, you get hundreds.
Line out the door.
Dan, how does a 4U86 deal work? Does it trigger a miscarriage?
Exactly. It prevents the implant.
Medically.
It releases the implantation. It throws off all of the hormonal cascade that's required to make that egg implant correctly, and so you lose it. It's just like you said, it's like a miscarriage.
And do they have a time for after you take so you can kind of be waiting for it? Meaning, you don't want to.
You start cramping up probably within 6 hours
Oh, okay, for real.
Yeah, and then you start bleeding within probably 12 hours.
So they probably the people that give you the pill tell you, hey, listen. I'm sure they tell you, hey, listen, Rhonda, tomorrow afternoon about this time you're going to be pooping out a baby. So make sure you're not like at a family reunion or a wedding or something like that.
Or doing a sit-in on a street blocking traffic.
Whatever. Some of those nasty protesters probably would have one right there at the protest gimmick. Oh, hold on. I got to go to the porta potty and have my abortion.
Yeah, just sitting like a 5-gallon bucket.
Oh, now, Dan, let me ask you a question. Don't you, after they discard the baby, is it a clean discard? Or
Nope, they bleed for weeks sometimes.
So, do they need to go to the doctor, or they just use it with pads and panty liners?
Well, they use it with pads and panty liners up until a point. Sometimes it doesn't stop bleeding. The problem is that when you do a chemical abortion, sometimes you still have products of conception retained. And that means there's a piece of baby or placenta that didn't come out. And that causes chronic bleeding. It can cause a chronic infection. It can cause all kinds of problems.
So
it's really difficult
if
to
the
take
baby's
without.
right wrist is still in your system, and you don't ever excrete it out, that could probably grow into some kind of growth or something, couldn't it?
Yes, you get infected, but it's usually not that. Usually it's like a piece of placenta.
Man, we had to do a different procedure on you later. I'm sorry. 3 weeks later, Lummy, she continues to feel funny down there, and she goes to the doctor, and they're like, "Hey, the baby's right wrist, affixed itself to your labia wall."
Yeah.
We have to take it out now.
It's like the hand from the Addams Family. It's just stuck there. Won't let go.
The Z Morning Zoo on Z100.
Now, Seth, I need you to be the judge. Am I being overly mean to Dan today, or was that, please, was that warranted?
Oh, man, Bubba, I don't know.
Addams Family hand against the wall. We're talking about abortions being removed from a woman's labia.
I think Dan's just being Dan. I think it's in play.
Rhett.
Who doesn't love an Addams Family reference?
Can I get an unbiased opinion? Seth's on Diaco payroll, so
Bubba, I'll be honest with you, Bubba. I really don't even know. I don't know what's good and what's not anymore.
Well, I
doubt everything.
But hold on, you should have an opinion at least.
Well, it
might be wrong, but you should have an opinion. I don't like this just down the road. I don't know, Seth.
Bubba, I'm unbothered by what Dan said.
Okay, then you would say it would be okay.
It's okay then.
The zookeeper was not warranted.
I say it's fine.
You were hard on Dan. Bubba's wrong. Dan's right. If you could break it down just like that.
That's how you want me to say it?
Yeah.
Bubba wrong, Dan right.
On the zinger.
Lummy,
what about you?
Bubba's right.
Well,
Dan's wrong.
Now, here, truly unbiasedly, and Macho Man, I don't want to hear, I have no comment on this matter. I do not want to hear that. Between you and the filthy ginger, how do you score it?
Well, more importantly, the mayor of Chicago says they're not going to let the pro-Hamas protesters go near the convention. So I love how it's freedom of speech until it affects them personally.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. Thank you, Macho.
That's my comment on the
matter. You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Barricades?
Yeah, but they have three streets back. So they have one street blocked, then another street blocked.
Really? It's like layers.
But they took over Michigan that's like the main.
The United Center, you can't even get close. They're going in. They said there's neighborhoods that they didn't think barricades would go back to, and now the protesters are in the neighborhoods.
It's on the south side up there again.
Aired on television, and protesters chanted, "The whole world."
We know one will. Aaron Gray.
Tensions were also high inside the convention as delegates argued over the party.
Global story morning. Haddock.
The City of Chicago.
Group Lips. Lasso. Natalie McClendon. Scott Erickson.
I mean, the shoving each other at the press conference is about as played out as bands doing encores.
Thank you, because I was just getting ready to. That's my. By the way, that's my position.
I mean, I mean, come on, man.
Madden Crusher.
Can't even.
I mean, like, thank you.
JTV.
Thank you, because that was kind of my shit. Be like, you know what? Can you make it look any dumber and faker and?
Dude, it's more predictable than wrestling is.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
It's just,
you can see exactly. I'm just please. That's exactly what.
Yeah, I got it. I got you.
Because you're dead on, cousin.
And we're falling for. We're gonna order that fight at 9 TVs. You're a content house. What's up, Steve? What up? Don't panic. It's organic.
What's up, Yinzer? Dude, that tour. Red Farm Skag. What's up, that guy?
What up, Grouper? Tease. Broncos looked good last night. What happened to Sean Clifford?
Oh, what? I didn't see the game.
That was bad.
I couldn't watch any of the game. What was the score?
20.
Coach Cooter.
20 was it 27-3? Am I making stuff up?
Packers got beat that bad?
Yeah, they didn't play. Sean Clifford played.
He's doing.
Like Jordan Love, no starters played.
None of the starters played this weekend. Boring weekend. It's frustrating because they used to do, they used to play them the first 3 games instead of the 4th game. Now they don't play them the 2nd game. They play them the 3rd game and then have the bye week. Seth, is that how it works?
Yeah. 27-2, Bubba. That's ugly.
And the Broncos aren't even good.
They got Bo Nix. What up, Nick? What's up, Berto? Bubba's my god.
Hello, YouTube. Can I get some? Can I? Grouper and Wayne and Eric and Justin, Natalie and Tease, Donald, Blonde, Diva, Rudy. Will you guys could you give me a thumbs up, please? I feel just a nice little thumbing. Appreciate
We're only
it.
on the air 3 days this week, people.
Justin Keeler.
And then we got a protest to get to. You think Bubba's going to Indiana? Oh, he's speaking at the DNC, closing it down Hulk Hogan style, night 4.
Yeah.
He's the last speaker before Kamala. Attack of the Dog.
Josh Johnson
Handsome as a mole.
MVP of
Oh my God.
11 for 11.
Did he?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Former Buck.
He's been around forever.
He's 38.
Who's that for the Broncos?
No, Josh Johnson for the Falcons.
Oh God.
John Gruden drafted him.
What up, Duck God? No, Anthony, I haven't watched it yet, man.
Appreciate you.
I'm just too sucked into what's happening out on the field.
From Georgia Tech.
Magic. I'll probably actually catch up on it this week since we're off. I have 3 episodes to watch after Tuesday.
Hello, Rudy.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show, listener supported via PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App. All at the Bubba Army now returns.
Lomi, I didn't really want to make this. I mean, they're going to say Bubba promoted the hell out of it, and that's why he won. I really do want to win these creative loafing awards. From Operation Pigmentation being the best podcast to, me being the best radio personality, us having the best show, Seth being a mover and shaker, Rhett being a filmmaker, best couple. Lummy, the most, what are you, the most motivated? I don't know.
Networker.
Best networker.
Find something for me.
Isn't Tuttle in there? No, Tuttle's not. Best black-owned, business, best lawyer, best plastic surgeon.
Can we see how we're doing?
Best law firm. No, I don't think.
They don't want to give those live updates.
No. So go to, what's our website, Lummy? BTLS411?
Yes, .com.
BTLS411.com, and it has all of our categories. You hit it, and you click out, and then just vote for us all, and vote for us as much as you like, because they don't really have restrictions on, like, one vote a day. Like, they let you go crazy. So just go crazy, and tell your friends to go crazy. And we can maybe win a couple of these. It would be pretty cool. Seth and I actually told Seth earlier, we were talking about the Jake Paul, Mike Tyson thing, and he was like, can this get any more pathetic? And I was like, man, Seth, be quiet, because that's exactly my stance on this. So this is the Jake Paul, Mike Tyson, what is it, show, promotion, face-to-face, because I know they're not doing weigh-ins. They won't do weigh-ins until the night before. So is this just like a presser?
Yeah, probably.
Okay. And so let me see here. Lemmy, wasn't there video of it? I
think you got to scroll down a little bit.
Here we go. Thank you so much. I just thought it was the Willie there. All right, so here it is. And do you know what this is? This is Mike Tyson. Listen, buddy, you got $5 million guaranteed, but really make it look good at the press conference, okay? Mike Tyson's never never. He's never like this.
He's not jovial like this.
He just all throughout his entire career, he never deviated. There was never a scuffle or anything like that. It was just him and the guy nose to nose. And Mike Tyson was a warrior, and he just stared right through you.
I'm sure these guys are becoming really good friends.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
I really do think you're right. Hey, Jake, what are you doing today? Nothing. Why don't you come over to my pot farm? We get high, okay? Okay. I'll helicopter in because I'm a zillionaire. Okay, whatever. You know where my farm is, right? Yeah. Okay. Oh, how about that fight? You been training at all? Not really. Everything's pretty much locked in, you know. You're making $5 million. I'm making $45 million. Yeah, that's what I just want to make sure. We're still good on that. And at the press conference, I'll make it really look good, okay? I'll push you and everything, okay? But if I leave a bruise, I didn't mean to, okay? Mike probably goes from being the most rageous dude in the world to being like the most coolest, I need a friend.
Well, I forgot it's on Netflix, Bubba, so we don't have to order it.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Oh, we don't even have to order it. We all got Netflix accounts.
Yeah.
Yes, we do.
And as long as the house has got streaming, which I'm sure they do.
Oh, yeah. Come on.
Listen, push me a little bit harder, okay? That wasn't a very good push, Jake. Maybe smash me in the mouth. It doesn't matter.
Isn't this supposed to end with them pulling everybody off each other?
Hey, Jake, you see those chicks to your right, my left? Whoa. I like to really to have my way with that blonde one. Push me harder. Oh, shucks. Oh, shucks. Look at my friend Jake here. Don't walk away, buddy. Wait, hey, don't walk away. Come back.
Oh, my goodness.
This is pathetic. Randy Orton should be the referee with Triple H as one of the judges. I mean, that's how fake this is going to be.
Well, you had Jake Paul trying to get some heat and telling New York to F off the whole time.
Yeah, F off New York, F off New York.
Why?
Now, just because they were in New York, and that's Mike Tyson where he grew up.
He said F this democratic city.
Yeah. And so, that's what all of this was. Now, let me, they're going to have to go to what's Jake Paul's hometown?
I think they're Ohio. Are they Cleveland?
Is Jake Paul based out of Cleveland?
I don't know if he lives there now, but I think that's where they're from. He probably lives in California.
Say it'd be like, now Mike Tyson they need to go to Jake Paul's hometown. He'd be like, let me tell you something. Cleveland's an asshole.
Yeah, Cleveland, Ohio is where he was born.
Yeah, let me tell you something. Cleveland sucks.
Is that where he got in trouble?
No, he got in trouble in Indianapolis.
Oh, yeah.
Of course, Indiana.
At the Conrad Hotel. That's where I used to stay. I mean, we had quarter midget deals. $600 a night.
Woof. Really?
Yeah.
Jesus.
Check it out. That's where he supposedly. And here's the deal, man. I know a guy that worked for the prison system that Mike Tyson actually was housed in, and he'd been. My guy had been there like 15 years, so he was like a supervisor or something like that. And it was I forget what it was, just right outside of Indianapolis. I forget the name of it, but it's a state prison, and my guy was like a pretty high-ranking dude there, and he said Mike Tyson could have not been any more of a gentleman, and like he said, Mike Tyson was the only person that nobody ever tried.
Was it the Plainfield Correctional Facility?
Yes, Plainfield, Indiana. Yes. He was and he'd been there like 15 years, so he's a supervisor. So, before Tyson came, Dan, they had all these meetings and stuff, and how are they going to mitigate, boxers wanting to take a swing at him, and did they have to put Mike in solitary confinement, or do they put him in general pop, or then there's like two different general pops. There's general pop trustee that they're like on their last year, and then there's general pop. They got like 28 more years. They have like two different sections. Well, I think Tyson got 6 years.
Yes,
he got 6 years. I think he did what, 3 of them?
I think yes, 3 years.
Right, because Indiana's I think 1 for 1, and he never got in any trouble. So they put Tyson in the hardcore, like I got 20 and nothing to lose pop. Like listen, the guys in the one year and less, that group of people when they go out and onto the yard and stuff like it, like they had 2 different yards, Dan. For they separated the two. Trustees who had less than a year and guys that had 2 or 5 years plus or something like that.
Well, you would think a guy with less than a year would be well behaved, right?
Well, yeah, here's the deal. The argument is a guy that has less than a year, and you mix him in with a guy that's got 20 years. That guy that got 20 years ain't got nothing to lose to come up and start a fight with you. And even if you're involved in a fight in any way, shape, or form, regardless of who started it or whatever, like you get in trouble.
Right.
Like that's the aggressor may get 5 extra years, but the guy participating gets like 2 years, and he may be an innocent guy. Like he may just be sitting there saying, I don't want no problems, and they just swing on you because the 20-year guy wants to put 5 more years on you because he doesn't like you, because you wouldn't join this white Aryan nation. You know what I'm saying? That's how they, like, Dan, they could come to you and say, hey, we want you to be an Aryan, you have to be part. I'd be like, listen, I just want to just do my time. I don't want to know. Okay. When you're out there in general pop, they're going to come, or Dan, they're going to come swing on you, get you in a fight, and now they just got more years put onto your sentence. And you're like, I didn't do it just for not joining their gang. But the guys, Lummy, that are, 1 year, and man, they're perfect angels. They don't cause no problems.
Just want to get out.
I just want to, hey, buddy, you just stepped on my toe and hit me in the face with a basketball. No big deal. So sorry. So sorry my face was in the middle of your basketball game. So sorry.
Exactly.
I'm so sorry. You know what, buddy? I'm sorry for hitting you. I didn't mean to. Right? Both the guys are hugging it out. I'm so sorry. I only got 6 more weeks to go. I only got 12 weeks to go, buddy. But the guy over there with 20, Lummy, he's over there with a shank. He's shanking people. He doesn't give a crap. You know what? Put 5 more years on my sentence. I don't give a crap. Well, they put Tyson in with the hardcore willies. And nobody, he said it's the only, they've had former, college football players in there. Sometimes you get some really big, bad dudes in prison.
Yeah.
Well,
not
nobody, even the biggest, baddest dude of Plainfield, Indiana prison in the tougher section, nobody would. In fact, they all became fans. So they would, instead of like wanting to fight him, they'd be like, they wanted to be his fan. And they would so he had 150 dudes that would protect him at all times. So if anybody got any squirrely, like they said, Tyson was sitting on a picnic chair and there'd be like 3 rows of dudes around him. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, he's a hero to those guys. And he was a hero to me growing up. That charge he got in Indiana was really not tried fairly at all. There was all types of just stuff that wasn't allowed. Like they didn't allow, and I read one time, I've read some stuff about it, how they didn't allow,
testimony from the door guys as to how short of a time she was up there. They didn't allow key card records because she wasn't in there, but I don't know. I just heard he got really, really railroaded. It was either she wasn't in there that long or it was 100% consensual. And I think the door guy's testimony was that she was all over him and kissing him and everything when they got out of the limo. And, it was obvious that she was,
It was a setup.
Very much. Yeah.
I think it was a setup, in my opinion.
Might have been. So anyway, Jake Paul and Mike Tyson. Again, this looks like it's a WWE production. And here's the deal. If Jake Paul loses, if Jake Paul wins, doesn't that just absolutely validate how fake this really is?
Yes.
I mean, there's no chance that Mike Tyson is. I mean, when he fought Roy Jones Jr. like 3, 4, 5 years ago, I mean, he looked good. And remember, they did like a big,
You can't hit in the head, right? Wasn't it?
Remember, they did a big draw. John Jones, was it Roy Jones?
Roy Jones Jr.
Roy Jones Jr. got beat so bad that Tyson had to hold back. Remember?
Yes.
And they scored it as a draw when Ray Charles would have seen it was the most lopsided fight ever, but because they didn't want to hurt Roy Jones Jr.'s feelings, they did a draw. So
it was only one notch below when Tarver ended his career.
Yeah. So somebody sent this to me, and it's from a guy's Instagram. It's from Two Share Two Lit. It's some Fast and Furious dude on Instagram. Okay. I think he takes pictures of his car. I think he's one of those Fast and Furious kind of guys, and he brags about beating Mustangs and all kinds of deal. Well, he must be in MJ's neighborhood, and a lot of those. Well, Dan, your car's obnoxiously loud. If you were to get on it a little bit, there's
we talking Michael Jordan or the MJ?
No, MJ.
Michael Jordan?
No, I'm talking about
Jordan?
MJ, formerly from MJ and BJ.
Okay.
The guy that cried on the stand when he sued me for hurtphilioma, and a guy that got his ass kicked by him and his counsel. My counsel being the great J. Diaco in a big First Amendment you hurt my feelings case. So that MJ. Thank God you've answered, MJ. I think the jury should award me and my family. So let me see if the guys can find that for me.
Okay.
Me and my family a lot of money so that Mr. Clem cannot get on the air and say other things about people like he has me and my family. Literally, it was that fake. And that practice and that contrived. When I returned back to regular radio in 2008, MJ was a big sling. He was slinging.
He was number one, right?
Yeah, it was like if I were to go back now. There's a guy that's number one by default. Well, that would quickly change. The only difference is now, instead of engaging into a war of words and having parody songs and calling your wife a whore and doing just radio war type stuff, I probably would just not engage and not really acknowledge the fact of the person. I'm not going to call him live on the air. I'm not going to try to do the old Bubba bullying scare technique. I'm Bubba and I'm back in town and my show's far better than yours and you suck and all that kind of deal. I'd probably just be whatever, man. You got your little show over there, and now I'm back on even playing field. Let the best man win there, big boy. I don't think that I would really engage.
Have we done an MJ funeral yet?
No, I never did. He sued me, and then once and by the way, Lummy, I beat him in the second book. It
was quick.
It took me 2 books to beat him. And I should have done the MJ funeral, but he sued me immediately. And I don't know that, you can do a funeral when you're suing a guy.
Yeah, you're right.
And so this Fast and the Furious Instagram name is 2SHAR2LIT. Two Chardalit. And he must have been at MJ's neighborhood over the weekend and either revving his car up or listening to the radio a little too loud. Well, you can see on screen right now, it looks like MJ is headed his way. Now, we've further investigated, and this is not a gun, it's an iPhone, but we can't determine if this is a weighted vest and he's just out walking or is this a bulletproof vest. But MJ is officially that guy. MJ is that guy, in these.
Well, he's either weighted vest guy or bulletproof guy, which is,
but he's got
a cooling vest.
But no,
could it be a cool vest?
We'll look at it here momentarily. But MJ is that guy that walks around the neighborhood and tries to tell you he's your car stereo's too loud guy.
Who's the guy in Orlando that shot the?
Zimmer?
Yeah, Zimmerman.
George Zimmerman.
Is he like a George Zimmerman?
Yes,
Bubba?
yes. He's MJ Zimmerman.
He's neighborhood watch.
He is. He's MJ Zimmerman. If I'm living in MJ's house, there's a guy. I'll be like, man, I as long as it's not when I'm sleeping, whatever, buddy. Or I'd walk out, at least be like, I wouldn't be what looked like a military tactical vest. And
why would he wear a?
I don't know. Let's look at it before we start analyzing. But I'd just walk up with maybe just a regular shirt on and say hey dude, can you just turn it down a little bit? I wouldn't be. Are you the? So watch. This is MJ. He's new. He's MJ Zimmerman. Here we go.
You really think you're back again? You really think the neighbors want to hear your really? You really think they want to hear that stuff?
So I'm going to play it again, and we're going to do a freeze frame here. Here we go.
You really think you're back again?
So
what is that?
It looks to me very much like a Kevlar police kind of deal.
With his glasses in there? Is that like a glass case?
Or like Seth said, it's a weighted, get in shape vest that puts you're carrying 20 extra pounds, which
would also stop bullets.
Which might doubles as a weighted exercise. Get your MJ 5000 new Kevlar muscle weighted vest that also doubles as a bulletproof vest when you're confronting guys with loud stereos in your neighborhood, as you're officially that guy wearing your little khaki shorts with your look at how neat his sunglasses are, all tucked in there, and he's got his phone and his eye he just
look at his little tucked in sunglasses. What a little tucked in sunglasses bitch.
Exactly.
Yeah. You should be doing Dr. Pepper commercials.
You want to hear your shit? Really? You really think they want to hear that stuff?
Man, what did he edit out?
I edited out.
No. I'm saying, what did he edit? Because there's a transition there and everything.
We should get a hold of the guy and tell him, can we have the whole? We'll promote your site. But can we have the whole entire thing, or will you post the whole entire thing so that we can, air it, right?
Yeah.
Is it a plate carrier without the plate in it?
I don't know.
He's pretending to have a bulletproof vest?
I gotta turn the pot down when he says shiz. So
does it seem like that they had talked more than once? Does it seem like there was an encounter before this one?
Yes, I do feel that way.
Yes.
I feel as okay, I got it. Thank you. It's this guy. This guy right here is this guy.
I know there's no amount of damages that will compensate me, my wife, my family. For what we experienced and the lies that were told about us, the damage to our reputation. But I think the jury should award damages that will enable us to believe that we did all we could possible to clear our good names, restore our reputation, and prevent Mr. Clem from doing this to anybody else in the future.
I mean, and here's the deal. Like, I did not start and stop it for deliberate reasons, and that is his pregnant pauses and his, are just really, 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 one, they sound coached, but two, way over the top. And I think you would have had a better, you would have resonated with the jury a little bit better had you not tried to be over dramatic about it and just said that. Just said, if he just would have, it's 48 seconds, it's 49 seconds, it's 48.93 seconds. And here's the deal, Lummy, it's probably 28 seconds worth of content. Like, he pregnant pauses and stammers around, and to make it, I guess, for effect. Let me remember that infamous MJ takes the stand. See if you can find me the Google images. MJ takes the stand.
Yes.
And remember he was in this little big boy suit with his little pubic hair on top of his head. And I would pay a bony if somebody could just take this video, Lummy, and sync it up with that particular picture where we could make it a short and I could get it out. I'll pay a bony for that. You tell me when you send it, Lummy, because it's a very infamous picture.
Okay.
So MJ is back to it being MJ.
Back again? You really think the neighbors want to hear your shit?
Oh, hold on. Damn it.
You really think they want to hear that stuff?
Yeah, back again, Seth, leads us to believe that this is, not the first encounter.
Man.
You're back again? You really think the neighbors want to hear your... Really? You really think they want to hear that stuff?
What a little Karen. What a Ken.
It looks like he wears that vest everywhere. I sent you another of his Instagrams where he's wearing, but it looks like he wears it a good amount. Plus, that's the picture you want, right? Just so I have reference.
No. There's a different picture of him, and he's just in the witness box.
Gotcha.
He's in the witness box all by himself.
Okay.
So hold on now, Lummy. You're saying you sent me a picture of him he wears his.
Well, if you look up, there's a link above it. I guess a
link above what?
He wears
buddy?
the weighted vest around town.
Yes.
Okay. There's a link above what?
The picture I sent you.
Okay, hold on here.
It's Instagram.com.
Okay, hold on. Sending me so many things, which that's your job. Yes, it is very much. Oh yeah, here we go. Hold on. Hey MJ, man, I thought I was the most pathetic, former big time radio guy, but I think you're taking a cake, kid.
Oh man.
I think you make me look like, Matthew McConaughey. I'm so damn cool compared to the way. We're the same age. Had one of the most infamous radio wars. I destroyed you. You sued me. I won. A little sniveling bitch on the jury on the witness stand asking for money. Then you sued Phil Campbell for after you got your ass kicked. And I kicked your ass. J Diaco kicked your ass. Then you sued Phil Campbell, the guy who was your lawyer, for malpractice, saying that he misrepresented himself. And I had to be your lead witness, and you lost. You lost that one. So rumor has it, Lummy, is that him suing me after he paid the Phil Campbell bill. I heard it was almost $4 million.
Whew.
Almost $4 million. When his lawyer realistically should have said, MJ, before you start this, there's only been one other instance in case law where something like this was similar, and the jury awarded the guy $38,000. The largest award of anything what we're in the space that we are is $38,000. Are you sure you want to move forward with this? Nope. Phil Campbell never told him that. Oh, wow.
Oh, my God.
Man, when I thought
that
the mighty had fallen more than me, I thought, Seth, when I thought that I had taken the Mighty Have Fallen award in Tampa, Florida, I think I've just been nudged out.
I thought you had it locked up, Bubba,
I
but
did too.
there's going to have to be a new recipient this year.
I think so.
Up with the lock, I think I'll take a walk in the park.
And does MJ not know? Let me. Can you give me MJ stats? Like, what does he have on Instagram?
5'1", 17,000. Oh, that's
He's got 17,000.
On his personal one, yeah.
I bet you Michelle's proud.
She videotaped it.
I can't stop watching it.
I mean, I can't either.
I mean, that's his Instagram stuff. So,
is he reading the lyrics off his phone? Is that why his phone's out there?
No, I mean, he probably has it memorized by heart. I mean, I'm just saying. I mean, that's.
Hey, everybody, it's MJ from the MJ Morning Show on Q105
Hi, MJ.
Tampa Bay. And I just want to address something that's been bothering me regarding this.
Your height? Oh, I'm sorry.
Instagram feed. You know what we do for a living. We do a radio morning show. I supplement the show with this Instagram feed with goofy pictures, videos, commentary, just a whole litany. And I see some of the comments that people leave.
Oh, man. You could never, ever, ever be able to survive. You'd kill yourself if your trolls were as mean as ours are. Ours are mean. Can you imagine his little Karen trolls?
I don't. How does he have it? He's on he's on a harmless.
Maybe he's trying to make up trolls. Like maybe he's trying to say, man, I want some trolls, but I gotta have to fake it that I got them in order to breed more.
And it's like, wait a sec. Do you not understand what I do for a living? Come on. Most of you, I think, like the content. Please stay. Really like having you along for the ride.
What a little pussy. Don't feed them, you idiot. But, I'm sorry. You gotta feed them because you don't got any of them.
If you don't like what I do, let me just calmly suggest that you get the fuck. Hey, everybody, it's MJ from the...
Oh, big high spot there, MJ. Swinksville.
It's kind of being edgy, though, because he's like said the F word, then he said the S word in the video. Like, maybe he's trying to, bring in a whole new audience.
I mean, I'm
a
just
bad
saying.
boys.
I mean, yeah. Yeah, okay.
Oh, he just took a picture of asses.
Here's a video of the lawn that was wrecked clearly by the lawn guys in my neighborhood.
Again, he is George Zimmerman. He rolls around. Like, here's the deal. As long as the lawn guy didn't wreck my lawn,
but this has always been his...
I'm not going to go around in the neighborhood and call out some lawn service that wrecked some dude's lawn. Like, I don't care.
But this would be content on his show. This isn't just Instagram stuff.
Oh, okay. Zoinks.
Is it the content he gets?
Oh, yeah. So, hey, Roxanne, what do you think about the guy that... Hold on.
So, my post yesterday got banned by Instagram because I said if my lawn guy did this to my lawn, I would absolutely crack him over the head with a weed whacker. And they said I was...
Zoinksville.
Inciting violence. I mean, when you're a lawn guy... I mean, shouldn't it be pretty clear that you're just absolutely shredding the lawn?
And me having spent 8 hours on my badass Skag and knowing how zero-turn mowers work, do you know what this is all from? I do.
Yeah.
It's from a guy that on wet grass that's turning his zero turn or his stand behind too aggressively, and it causes it to rut.
Yeah, he's going too quick when it's all wet.
Yes.
Because it's soaking freaking wet, and you're driving all over the lawn with your riding lawnmower on a saturated lawn. I mean, it's just trashed. I mean, what the hell? I mean, it looks like they're excavating in here. All right, so this is the lawn. This is what got me thrown off with my comments yesterday. Well, they...
Is he out of breath?
Look at Karen. He's got his little pubic mound up here. He's got his glasses half on. Where's your weighted vest, Karen?
Banned the post, and they put certain restrictions on me, which will last for a couple of days. Ooh, I'm in Instagram jail. So let me see if they have an algorithm that detects my voice saying that if my lawn guy did this and kept going, that I would bash him over the head with a weed whacker. I mean, come on, get a freaking sense of humor, algorithm.
MJ. But it's Bubba calling from the formerly most pathetic guy that has gone from the top to the bottom, making stupid videos and things. But I got to tell you, man, thank you for thinking that you needed to post Instagram organic stuff from your home, because I'm now number 2, not number 1. I don't have that crown anymore, buddy. I mean, yeah, oh, wow. And Michelle, like, how do you have sex with this guy? As a woman, how does this turn you on that you got some neighborhood watch, George Zimmerman, Karen, weighted vest, thinking that people would want to. I'm so narcissistic that you're going to come up with content like this and think that people are going to want to see it. Hey, there's some short guy that thinks he's an FBI agent. It's the first time. If you were to take the music away and you were just to play this for the average person, you would be like?
If I see this guy walking down the street, I'm going and hiding under my bed. I think that it's all over for me.
Yeah, I'm thinking that the Proud Boys had sex with an Antifa. with a J6er, and this is their spawn.
Yep.
And he's not a federal agent in any way, shape, or form, but he likes to dress like a federal agent.
Yeah, he's got a new job with the Secret Service.
Like if you take the music out of it and you just watch it with no music, watch. It just looks like a guy. He's officially that guy.
God walking the park. Hey, it's a beautiful day.
By the way, and basically a song from like literally, I think 73 or 74.
Neil Malpazier 20. MJ looks like a troll.
Like, hey, MJ. Oh man. Well, you know what? God bless your little soul. You're trying now, aren't you? You're trying. All of you are trying now. Do your little YouTube channels and all that? You're trying, aren't you? You've made fun of me for years, but you're actually my bitch digitally.
Can we check out his Instagram maybe once a week or something? Just maybe once a month.
How about maybe once a month?
Yeah, I think there's okay.
It takes a while to build up that douchiness.
I just can't imagine what else is going on in the neighborhood.
Yeah, I mean, I got to think your neighborhood's locked down. Like, that is probably, to be honest with you, if you give the guy some credit, he might. Because of him, they might have literally the most safest neighborhood in all of Tampa, Florida.
That's true.
Be like him, ladies and gentlemen, the person that is a local morning show icon is also the reason why we have free nearly 18 hours worth of. By the way, he's got cameras on the corners of all 4 of his properties, so he can just get every panoramic view of all of his entire neighborhood.
Well, it does look like he walks around his neighborhood and finds people violating. I just scrolled down just a little bit more, and it looks like he walks and he's I'm not listening to the sound, but people are like, "This is pathetic."
Wow, those size 6 shoes are tough to fill.
See, if you can get me that Instagram.
I just sent you the post.
Suckered you in now.
Well, it said that a good point, so I'm like, well, let me see if he's done it elsewhere. And it one click down, and there it was.
So he now is also officially. I'm gonna turn you in with the name. Okay, hold on here.
Like I said, I didn't hear the sound, but from the comments.
Here we go. Can we reset this? MJ, really? Hold on.
The house that I'm walking by, kind of in my neighborhood. Lawn is overgrown.
Uh-oh.
All right, we got these
we can't see
abandoned cars, it seems, that don't move. They just sit here.
Damn it, I'm sorry. I was so selfish and wanting to watch it that I didn't even remember that I needed to share it with you all. Here we go.
The house that I'm walking by, kind of in my neighborhood. Lawn is overgrown. All right, we got these abandoned cars, it seems, that don't move. They just sit here. 2 of these old, what are these, Buick Auroras? Yeah. So the yard not looking that good over here.
Oh my gosh.
All right. This car's just parked right in the front yard across the walkway. Oh, but look, it's a start. It's a start. They did start it to mow, it seems. All right.
I just take my powerful ass skag and go out and finish it out for them. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Not even not even if they're not there, or I'd be like, hey, I'm just gonna mow your lawn, man. I got a badass skag. No big deal. Take me about 5 minutes.
So The corn is as high as.
Man, he even stoops down and gives you the grass height and everything.
Yes.
I mean, he is really on top of things.
Elephant's eye.
As much as you want to make fun of him, man, that'd be that's a hell of a dude to have as a neighbor.
All right.
I mean, nothing's coming and going out of that neighborhood
Sure
without him.
isn't.
Anyway, so what do you think?
He walked a block. He walked the guy's property
thunder.
line. He's out of breath.
I better get inside.
Oh my goodness.
What's with the vest?
Let me get some feedback here. House that I'm walking by.
Yeah, MJ.
I still don't get it, man.
MJ Bud.
It's like Deadpool to baby legs.
Just keep doing what you're doing, my friend. It truly makes you look like I'm less of a douche than you. Like I am so winning based on the content that I'm putting out on my various platforms and the quality of my show and the quality of our Instagram and our podcasts and the video and the visual elements on Rumble and YouTube and X and Twitch and Facebook far exceeds. And let me just go on record. Anybody that because you're a lot like Rhett. He signed on Rumble this weekend and did one of his Rock Super shows, and I have no problem with that because it's people like it and it's fun. And let me you blast on our various platforms and do your GOAT report.
Yes.
Seth, you blast on and you'd be known just to do a pirate podcast, just whatever.
Yes.
Like I don't put limitations on people because I know my people, but the minute that my person puts anybody that has access to my world post something like this, I'm going to have to let you go.
Well, I mean, Bubba, what if you posted it? We'd really have to sit down and have a tough conversation with you. I mean,
if I ever post anything that's just so stupid that it makes me look like an MJ, please, I'm giving you permission to take me aside and said, hey, Bubba, that video you produced from Warsaw, it wasn't funny. Nobody cared. Whatever. You kind of MJ'd yourself.
I would take the Hogan story for the 10,000th time overseeing his grass report.
That was a little shot at me, cuz.
I'm sorry, I was trying. I'm sorry.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
Right down the road.
Oh, South Tampa?
Mm-hmm. Been about an $8 million house.
Where is it?
He lives in South Tampa?
Yeah, he lives over there by, like, on one of the fingers. On the end of one of the fingers. Yes, near Stephen, but like at the end of the cul-de-sac of like one of those deals.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. He doesn't live in a homeowners association?
Huh?
It's juicy. The watermelon's juicy.
What's that, Dan?
So he's not in like some place in North Tampa with some homeowners association?
Mm-mm.
So you can
He
go.
lives real close to your dad.
So James Lambert.
Is it your dad on one of those fingers?
Yeah.
Okay. MJ is on the north side of one of those fingers on the very end. You know how good a property that is?
Yeah, I know the area.
His house was about $8 million.
Yeah. I need to find the finger. Lay some rubber.
What's that?
Need to find his finger and lay some rubber.
Mm-hmm.
Get yelled at. Bulletproof best boy.
Did we get a bass for the weekend?
No, he still got one too big, but we're working on it this week.
MJ's a real American.
So we're hoping to have one by the time you get back from Indiana. Morning, James Lambert. From McGraw. I did, thank you.
Oh man. Dun 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 dun. What up, James?
So Goober Lips.
Did you find me the picture? The infamous courtroom picture?
Well, I think I did with the Tampa Bay Times. I sent
Thanks,
it to,
James. I'm trying, man.
Where's it at?
I sent it to Red. Let me just make sure because he's been working on it.
What's up, Tile?
It's just him all by himself in the jury box.
Well, the Tampa Bay Times locks their stuff down so I can't see it. Everything else is always your picture. He's kind of got pushed to the side.
I'm just... Type in MJ takes witness stand.
That's what I have. MJ Kelly takes witness stand.
What up, Ticker?
And then now R. Kelly jumped him.
What?
He's kind of got pushed to the back.
Yeah, I like Denver. Denver's got a good look. Thanks, Danny.
He makes miracles happen every day with a scalpel, silicone, and saline.
But you're gonna like it, mister.
He's a doctor, he's a lawyer, he's also the king of tookies. Dr. Dan Diaco is guest hosting today. So please, for the love of the all things Dan, show your support via PayPal, Venmo, or Cash App, all at the Bubba Army. The BTLS show now returns.
How much did Dan pay Macho Man to come up with that one?
I like it.
Hey, Macho, here's $200. Can you make me a real Dan over the top? Welcome back, yippee-yo. Plastics, maybe you go back and use some of the Brian James real cool kick-ass stuff. Yeah, no problem.
Thanks a lot.
Venmo ya with a bunny. Can Don Lemon just go away? Maybe that's what people. Maybe some of the trolls, Lemmy, that hate us. Maybe I can understand their hate because I really hate Don Lemon. Yeah. I really do. And so I could see where, like, if I hate Don Lemon, although I don't find myself going to Don Lemon, like, mean pages, I've never posted. I mean, maybe on my Twitter I've retweeted something. Like, I think I retweeted that I thought Don Lemon was a race-baiting, piece of shiz.
Yes, you have, yeah.
But that's my Twitter, and it's from a video that he's providing. I don't seek after anything to try to necessarily screw with Don Lemon.
No, you're not like adding him.
No, I'm just. Yeah.
But Don Lemon never really goes. Don Lemon's not ending up on your radar unless he does something stupid.
Right?
He looks like skinny Al Roker here.
Whatever. I hate this dude. He's on the Atlantic City boardwalk, and I think, Lummy, that the video that he's trying to shoot, that he's not necessarily happy with the results, and he's trying to persuade people. If you're going to ask this question that he's asking, then you can't have an opinion of the question. You just got to take their answer.
Not argue with them?
Right. mean, if you walk up and say, "Hey, you voting for Biden or you voting for Trump or Harris?" And then you just got to sit back and I'm voting for Harris because Donald Trump's a madman. And of course, you're okay with that. You don't engage them. But the minute that somebody says, "I'm voting for Trump," well, why do you say that? You think you're better off now than you were before? Like, he engages them. Yeah. You just got to shut up and take the answer and move on. But because you're getting your ass kicked in the agenda that you're trying to spread, because you're stupid-ass Don Lemon, let's not forget you got fired from CNN for just really being a piece of shiz.
And then technically you got fired from X, from Elon Musk.
Yeah, then you have fired, then Elon Musk, because Elon Musk was paying you to have kind of a left-leaning show because Tucker and there's a lot of right on that. There's a lot of right-leaning MAGA stuff on X. There's not anybody that has a name necessarily, a credible name on the left that has a show on X. And I can see where Elon might say, "Hey, if I'm going to be, pro Trump, and I'm going to be the major platform that gives Trump his X back, and all these conservative leaning shows have a place here on X, I'm just going to open it." Then you also have to, but on the other end of the deal, you have to offer the liberals a bona fide show that you promote. So he offers Don Lemon, which, by the way, after Don Lemon was canceled or fired from CNN, I don't know that he necessarily had a lot of people beating his door down.
Probably not.
And so this is an unbelievable opportunity to have, a big time platform. And I think Elon Lummy was even paying him. Like, he was getting a salary to have a show to represent the left on X.
Then how did he screw it up?
He went on a 1 hour. He interviewed as being part of X. One of his requests was he wanted to interview Elon. And so they granted it. And he just buried Elon nonstop. Am I right?
No, he did.
Am I right in the interpretation?
Yes. He wasn't making Elon happy.
Like, he wasn't even being like...
Were they focusing a lot on the withdrawal of advertisers? I feel like that was something he asked him.
Yes. I mean, it was one gotcha moment after another. Just boom, boom, boom. And Elon sat there and entertained him for an hour and 2 minutes and let Don just complete. Maybe you can find that for me, Lummy, if you can find that for me. So I don't know what Don's doing now.
I think he's just probably raking in his CNN money and, trying to be the next Alex Stein.
Yeah, you're right. Here he is on Jersey Boardwalk.
Here in Jersey, Atlantic City. Who do you support?
I'll plead the fifth.
Trump for the win. Tell me why.
I can't really call that right now, but I just feel like she's not good for president. She's good vice, but not for the actual lead role for the country.
Does it have anything to do with being a woman?
No.
See, and so
he's like, no.
So
he's really saying yes.
And so, that means he knows his wife's gonna see this, and he wants some ass.
He go, nope.
Big Mama back at home is gonna be like, man, you don't want a woman, like, he's gonna get his ass whipped. But here's the thing about Don, like, he engages people when he doesn't get the straight out Kamala deal. Just watch. If you say Trump, he engages. If you say Harris, he's like, yeah, what's up? Give me some nuts.
Well, Bubba, I think he wants to catch people not knowing why they're voting for Trump to try to make them look stupid.
Right. I think you're right.
Anything to do with being a woman?
No.
But
no, because I feel like women, nah, you're not going to give me that.
Your money's on Harris.
Yeah.
Who do you want?
Trump.
Why don't you like Harris?
Oh, she don't have any experience.
She's the vice president. She's a senator.
Yeah, no experience. She has no experience.
Well, I want Donald Trump. I just feel we need somebody that has a stronger background with the military and the world in general.
She was a prosecutor and an attorney general and a senator and a vice president. You're in a gambling town. Who's your money on?
I'm going to support the Democratic Party, but, Trump looks like he got it in the bag right now.
4 years ago, it was a lot better. I made a lot more money than I do now.
I know you feel that way, but that's not actually what the record shows. The economy is actually better under Biden.
Now, is that true?
There's certain numbers that are better, but they're not taking into account inflation and things like that.
Yeah, right.
Serious. That's what the facts show.
Okay, you know what?
No, that's not because I watch CNN. Trump or Harris? Trump.
I love this dude. This dude looked like he just did maybe licked a couple frogs on the beach before he came and
what are these just standard boardwalk guys, Dan?
Yeah, he just got off the beach. That's a beach chair he's got on his shoulder.
Yeah, this
like
is just a guy that's leaving the beach. He's at the beach all day. He's got his beach chair on the back. And
it looks like he goes every day.
Oh, he probably does. He's a pro beacher. And then Danny probably just goes, here we go.
Trump.
That's who's going to win.
That's who's going to win.
Who you support?
I support Trump. All the people that came to this country legally, it's not fair that they're letting all 10,000 to 15,000 people or 20,000 people here illegally. Have you seen San Diego? Yeah. They're coming off the boats, off the water right here, off the ocean. Did you know Biden was flying them in? Did you know Biden was flying them in? You didn't know that?
Oh, I know nobody likes him, but we had good times with Donald Trump. Our economy was good. Life was good.
But you know the economy's better under Biden than Trump.
Bullshit.
That's what the stats show. That's what the facts show.
Well, you know what? I don't know where they're getting their facts, but I don't think they're valid. I don't know where their facts are coming from.
Yeah. So there's your Donnie Lemon.
Do you have to sit down if you're a voter? Do you have to sit down and study facts to feel like you've had it harder now than you did years ago?
I think it's right. I think if for whatever way you're going,
like Don Lemon's a rich guy, right?
Well, no. I mean, I'm talking about like as a potential voter. I think you're locked into what you like. I think everybody's pretty much locked in, and they have a reason why they're locked in, and they're not. You're not gonna. I don't think you're gonna change a lot of people's mind. I think people have picked their horses for the most part.
I sent you that his interview with Elon.
I think a lot of people have picked their horses, Bubba. Really, what's going to come down to is that 10% that hasn't, as well as turnout, and whoever's more motivated.
Well, now Democrats, hold on, and. Let's just be intellectually honest that it can be the election can be stolen by either party.
There's different ways of stealing quote unquote the election.
I understand. That's why I said it can be stolen by both parties. First of all, they both now are looking for it. So they both have set up all these procedures and polling watchers and different types of infrastructure within all the polling stations, or at least the ones that were a little bit shady last year. And so they both got systems in place. Just who can pull it off is like who's better at it's going to determine probably if the election is stolen, who's better at it, right? I mean, they both are going to try, or they're both going to at least have their head on a swivel for the other guy trying. So I'm just saying, like, there's going to be far more scrutiny behind the results and the chain of command of ballots and things like that for this election.
Okay, Bubba, aside from, actually fraudulently casting or manipulating the vote counts, because we all know that's election, manipulation. You are voting with people that don't exist. People are voting twice. People are... compiling
electronically getting into the old Dominion machines,
or getting into the machines and changing them electronically.
I mean, there's been testimony there's been people that have actually, I don't know if they're serving time or they got fired from their jobs or they're part of an ongoing lawsuit, but I've seen testimony from people that said, yeah, I had the ability to get into the computer system and I could wipe out 24,000 votes for Trump and immediately switch them over to Biden.
Yes.
And I did do that.
Right.
So I've seen that.
Right.
So that's internal, that's internal.
Right. That's internal within the electronics. Then there's the external actual vote manipulation where there's dead people voting or ballot harvesting where the people that, were supposedly the ones casting the ballots didn't and someone else filled them out.
Right.
Those things probably, to some extent, all those things may have happened.
And then, hold on. Then you got, poll worker brings 3 boxes of Bidens and throws the Donald Trumps in the shredder.
Right.
I mean, you got
that shady stuff. That's all that stuff should be criminal and should be absolutely, screened.
But both parties now know how. Both parties are now exposed and know about that. Meaning, like, they may not have been looking for that so much last election, but they're really looking for it now. So, like, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, so
if you really don't know if the election is really how America voted or not. You don't know. There's no way of knowing now.
Well,
They've cast that down. Used to be like when you would see election results. I mean, we've had problems dating clear back to 2000 with the hanging Chad and Gore versus Bush.
We had
right?
problems back to the 60s when JFK's election was probably, manipulated and some fraudulent votes were in there. And then after the 2000 election with the hanging Chads, you would have thought that they would have been a better way so that you can go back and audit the results and they're more consistent. But besides the obvious election manipulation there, do you think it's election interference when polls come out that are misleading? Do you think it's election interference when the media covers one thing one way and not another thing the other way? Do you think it's election interference when something like the Biden laptop came out and it was dismissed as misinformation and a Russian plant when, it turned out to be the real deal? At what point is it election manipulation and election interference?
Every point it is. But it's almost like it's a way of life now. You just got to live with it. Out of all of what you just said, what got taken into account and tried and prosecuted? None of it. You went off and reeled off 2 or 3 or 4 things that are obviously election manipulation from the last election, and guess how much of it stuck as far as people following through, being charged?
Nothing.
Results being changed?
Mm-mm.
No, none of it.
Mm-mm.
So it's like...
In fact, the only thing that happened since then, Bubba, if you want to be intellectually honest, is that the people that questioned the election got in trouble.
Right.
Which is scary.
They're even having trials about that right now.
Mm-hmm.
And within the trial that they're having with the Fannie...
Georgia lady?
Yeah.
The Fannie Willis?
Isn't the Fannie Willis, she's the African-American woman who's the head prosecutor for Fulton County, that are the ones that are charging Donald Trump for voter manipulation? And isn't that a big whodunit with regards to who she's seeing and her boyfriend and money that they've used? It's just like that's borderline almost ready to get thrown out, isn't it?
Yeah, it's stalled now.
Stalled?
Yes.
What's that mean? Just like, hopefully it'll just go away?
Most likely, yeah.
Well, it got stalled because of all the, the ass grabbing amongst the prosecutors.
But do you remember when they perp walked all 28 or however many people that were indicted on the Donald Trump side? They practically perp walked every one of these and had their trial right on TV every night as they were indicted, but nobody's really covering the fact that the case is damn near getting ready to get thrown out because of all of the shady stuff that the district attorney has done, has continued to done, and had did.
19 people were arrested, including Trump.
Right, and they perp walked them all. Mugshotted them all, made it a big dog and pony show. But now I don't even know that you can find out when was the latest update on the news of that case. Like, what's the...
They're not talking much about it because there's another BS case.
What I'm
and
saying
so it's
is,
only
like,
good when it's good for them.
What's the status of that case right now?
The Associated Press released 5 days ago, it says a year later, Georgia election interference case against Donald Trump has stalled.
Stalled.
Yep, it's gone nowhere.
But
and the
hold
records
on.
case in Florida dismissed.
So, boy, let me though. But they perp walked all 19 of those people, did they not?
Yes, they did.
From Rudy Giuliani to Trump to some chicks and all this kind of deal, and it stalled. You know why it stalled? Because the state of Florida's going to lose. That's why.
Georgia.
I mean, the state of Georgia is going to lose. So you just stall it out. But meanwhile, if you're to be intellectually honest, they should be covering that as, hey, this case is stalled because of all the improprieties that the state and the district attorney are participate in, and we're going to drop this case. They're just, you know what, Lummy? Stalled means it's going to get dropped, but they're not going to drop it till after the election.
Yeah,
right.
Because if they would drop it prior to the election, that would, be an advantage for Donald Trump. When I come back, Lummy sent me that Elon. See, Seth, you said you didn't see this, the Elon Musk, Don Lemon deal.
Oh no, I saw it.
Oh, you did?
Oh yeah.
Was it Dan that didn't see it?
Yeah, I didn't see it.
Yeah.
It says the most replayed is the end, the advertisers on X. I guess that's when Elon gets more mad.
Well, let me see if I can find it.
Yeah,
here.
like that part right there.
All
Yeah,
right, perfect. We'll come back with that. All right.
That's good.
Perfect.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge show will be back after this.
Falls under that First Amendment as well. So why can't people choose to identify with the gender that they feel comfortable with or with the use of pronoun? Isn't that part of freedom of expression? I guess though that they can ask others to do whatever they feel. They can ask others to do anything. It's a different question whether they mandate that others do it. Let's talk more about free speech and for advertisers, right? Because all this controversy, I believe, as you know, has made X less appealing to advertisers. About half of them have left the platform. All advertisers that left X. Let's talk more about free speech and for advertisers, right? Let's talk more about free speech.
Morning, Brian.
I saw that phrase now for the first time last week. Low information voter. We're talking about dumb voters.
Yeah. Where did you see that?
What's a low information voter? I heard them talking about that last week.
Hello, YouTubers. Where's my thumbs?
Show the party line.
They're low information.
So Brian,
Yeah.
Ronald,
They're not educated.
They don't know that.
GR, they all
They just don't know. They don't know. They just don't
organic
know.
gene.
They're manipulable.
My girl T.
Manipulable. They're
Rainbow.
malleable.
Amber Scott.
You're stupid if you just base your opinion on how you live your life.
They are fucking stupid.
Would probably
4455, 46
vanilla.
months. Something goes Steve, 74 months. Bubba's ass towel, 76 months. Morning, J Bowler.
Rob Wanger.
RD282.
No tax on overtime. Who said that? It's up TNT 1560. I'll bring him in. I'll close. Mitch. Jimmy the Bear Hayes. CT Firearm. PJ Click. Elimination. What's up, Brian Gilson?
Mitch. I'm stuck on 100. Am I stuck on 199 thumbing up uppers? Or am I at 243 right now? 243. Say it, Power Pack.
Sure. Jimmy the Bear Hayes. Scott.
When the sign said long-haired freaky people need not apply.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show, listener supported via PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App, all at the Bubba Army, now returns.
Need not apply.
Lummy, we talked about it this morning. And thank you to Rhett. I think he's the one that's going to put it together. But for Thursday, Friday, Monday, the 3 days I'm gone, and the 3 days the show will be in best of mode. We're going to pick, you can go to your visual. Actually, we're going to have two different shows. We're going to have a best of show, Lummy, that the Audible places of delivery have.
Yes.
You know, the terrestrial radio stations, the iHeart radios, the iTunes, you know, the audio places that you find, Bubba Army HQ, all of that will have 3 best of shows that Lummy has put together.
Yes.
But then Rhett's going to go back and find 3 really kick-ass video shows. I think it was Blitz, the day, I think I broke down Blitz and Anna. I kind of broke that down one day.
Yes.
I think the reaction to the Tom Brady host and then Tuttle's first day back, I think we're going to run those on all of our visual platforms, Rumble, YouTube, X, Twitch, Facebook, locals. So you'll get a visual. Damn, Lummy, if you're a real fan, you'd try to catch them both.
You would. Different shows.
Probably have to listen to the live stuff as it was happening and then go back later that day and watch, the video aspect of it.
Perfect.
For that ultimate Bubba fan. So Elon Musk's, we got into the Don, we kind of got down the Don Lemon rabbit hole, so to speak. And it started out because Don Lemon was at the New Jersey boardwalk this weekend, just kind of soliciting to just every, from blacks to whites to old people to some old bag from Wisconsin, asking them, who you're going to vote for the president. And when they said Harris, he dapped him up, no other questions. But when you said Donald Trump, then Don Lemon had to engage you and try to make you look stupid. So I think it makes him look stupid. But anyway, so I'm sorry. It's my understanding, Lemmy, that Elon Musk was gonna help. I think Tucker was gonna get paid. I think Elon has paid various influencers to do shows on X, and I think Don Lemon was one of those people that was scheduled to get paid to have an exclusive show on X.
Yes, it looks like it was a deal promising $1.5 million annually.
Annually.
Yes.
So you got a job that pays you $1.5 million, and I don't think Don Lemon has like a whole bunch of co-hosts and stuff. I think it's just him, maybe with a couple producers. I got to think your staff's fairly small for just the Don Lemon show to be exclusively streamed on X. And so Elon gives you $1.5 million, and you're like, hey, listen, I'd like to kick off my show with having an interview with Elon, the guy that just signed you up to pay you $1.5 million. Nobody, I don't got it. There's not a bunch of other people that are signing you up. There's not a lot of people, pissing up the Don Lemon tree right now. Or I should say there's a lot of people pissing up the Don. There's nobody that, wants to be on the other side of it. Nobody likes you, Don Lemon. See, when you get fired from CNN, then you gotta really be a dick, because they put up with a lot of stupidity over there.
Well, it looks like he's suing Elon now for $35 million in damages.
Of course he is. So Elon, we're at the 59-minute and 47-second mark, and let me assure you, if you've not seen this, that all of it is adversarial. This just happens to be the camel that broke the straw's back when Elon was like, enough.
Yeah, he got fed up.
And you gotta, listen, X, went through a time where when Elon bought X, a lot of advertisers left. A lot of the DEI hire / some people that have these new DEI scores, these big companies that, are worried about your DEI ranking. Is that what the ranking's called? Or is it different? Some kind of whatever. It's like it's a category that you get scored on based on how diverse your company is. And I don't even know if it's your DEI score, it's your some other score. Anybody?
It's not the DEI score. It's another score. It has to do with community inclusion, being green.
Yeah, I mean,
it's a corporate score.
Right.
I can't remember the name of it, but
right.
it's
but
stupid.
It also takes into account as to how much pollution your business makes, and how green you are, and your mission, and your hiring practices, and your tolerances with regards to LGBTQ, PTQ.
It's like a social credit score.
Yeah, it's like your score.
And, ESG is the word. That's it. ESG. Thank you.
So what your ESG score is. And there was a lot of companies who are like, man, X is now allowing a bunch of everybody that got their, the Alex Jones, the Bubba the Love Sponges, a lot of us people that got our Twitter taken away, we got them back. And that pissed off supposedly a lot of these conservative clients, and there was a cleansing of clients. It's just like when a radio station changes format. You have to cleanse out all the old people that were listening to that top 40 stuff, and you got to let me bring in the new vibe people.
Yeah.
Man, Cox, I got to tell you, your vibe station on 101.5 is horrible. Absolutely horrible.
There's a vibe format?
Yeah, that's right. That's the bad thing about Tampa radio. There's nothing going on. I can't even tell you the last time there was news. Yeah, back in the day, Dan, when a station would flip formats, that'd be a big deal. Mm-hmm. We're flipping from top 40 to a syndicated vibe with Ricky Smiley as your morning guy.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Well, you remember when Ricky Smiley said the name of the station wrong in his promo video? When he first announced he was coming to Tampa, he called it 105 The Vibe.
Yeah. 105 Vibe.
105 The Vibe.
Man. Yeah.
It's 101.5 The Vibe, and he said it wrong 3 or 4 times. I don't think he ever deleted it.
Ricky Smiley's kind of hard. He's very urban. He's hard to understand sometimes. So anyway, good luck to you, Cox, but that is a piece of, oh my God. I don't even know what you could have put on there instead of, just keep it top 40. Lean it more AC. I don't know. 101.5 The Vibe. I heard Candyman knocking the boots into some Anita Hill. I'm like, what in the hell? Who would listen to this stuff? Not even chicks. All right, let me see. Here's Don Lemon. You got a guy that's paying you $1.5 million, and you're going to bust his balls about the company that's paying you $1.5 million.
For advertisers, right? Because all this controversy, I believe, as you know, has made X less appealing to advertisers. About half of them have left the platform. You call advertisers that left X.com. You said they were oppressors. You've even gone as far as saying it publicly that they can go F themselves or go fuck themselves.
If they're going to force censorship on the company before advertising, then obviously I find that unacceptable.
You find it unacceptable. Why is that not a form of free speech? They are free to advertise where.
Yeah, and I'm free to go tell them to go F themselves.
They want. They're not beholden to. They're not obligated to advertise.
They're not obligated.
On X.com.
Right.
So, how is that not free speech?
That's. Whereas the other platforms will censor on behalf of advertisers, the X platform will not.
Okay. So, but you don't think it's okay for them not to advertise with?
Like Don, you're talking in circles here.
He's like, how is that not free speech? He's saying, how is that not the opposite of free speech? Is what he's trying to say. He's not even asking the question correctly.
Right. He's so stupid.
Because he's so stupid.
Or have their content or their advertisement next to something that is anti-Semitic or
that is a different question. You can absolutely choose where next to which content do you want your advertising to appear. Absolutely, of course. And we have, I think, very good ad placement controls in this regard.
Yeah. This is an example, Bubba, of affirmative action next to brilliance. This is what happens with affirmative action. You get guys like Don Lemon who are there just because they want to be pro-black and pro-liberal, not because they're clever and intelligent or funny. Interviewing someone that's one of the smartest people in the world.
They're not like Stephen A. Smith, an African-American man who's got the chops. Doesn't matter what color Stephen A. Smith has. He's a hell of a sports broadcaster. He's you can't. Charles Barkley and Shaquille's dynamic on Inside what's it called? Inside the TNT, Lummy?
Inside the NBA?
Inside the NBA. It has, yes, they both happen to be African-American guys, but they have such great chemistry that they weren't hired for just because they were black. They were hired because they were so talented in analyzing the inside of basketball, the insider version of basketball. They got the job based on skill set. This is an African-American guy who got the job based on being an African-American guy.
Yeah.
And then it's you combine that and you take that guy who does not have good interviewing skills and you interview arguably one of the most probably one of the smartest men in the world. I mean, would Elon Musk be considered that? Not only not only the richest, but would he be probably from another smart guy? I mean, we're talking to you, Dan, a guy that's a doctor and a lawyer, pretty smart guy. Do you think that Elon, you being in the smart guy club, he's definitely in the smart guy club, isn't he?
Oh, absolutely. Elon Musk is brilliant. And, you can look at it from different ways. You can look at it from, academics. You can look at it from social. You can look at it from business.
Where is he academically accredited? Like, where did he go to?
I don't know. But whatever it is, it worked because he has figured out everything. He's a rocket scientist.
He didn't go to college, did he?
Wouldn't that be cool? Hold on. If Elon would graduated high school only and got like a online,
Well, he didn't graduate from the same college that Kamala Harris graduated from. Put it that way.
He went to the University of Pennsylvania.
Okay.
Ivy League,
great school,
University
by the way.
of Pennsylvania.
Great school.
Mm-hmm.
The company, it's them. But doesn't the buck stop with you? I mean,
Lemmy, can you see where Don Lemon went to college?
Yep.
Don, I have to say, choose your question carefully. There's 5 minutes left.
Okay, but so
is this the question you want to ask?
Brooklyn College.
You said
what?
He went to Brooklyn College.
Okay,
Brooklyn College? What is that like? Is that like St. Pete College?
I don't know. Lemmy. I think it might be more like Phoenix University or something.
It is part of the City University of New York.
There you go.
they are killing the company, but you're the head of the company. The buck doesn't stop with you?
I acquired X in order to preserve freedom of speech in America, the First Amendment. And I'm going to stick to that. And if that means making less money, so be it.
Come on, man.
That look, when he was thinking about the answer, was the moment he decided to fire him.
Listen.
Did you see the look?
So I have to
No, I think he decided to fire him about minute 6. To be honest with you.
Listen, I'm just being honest, right? I'm not trying to, get you or anything.
Seth, this would be like me hiring you, and you said, Sponjo, I'd like to do a podcast before I start my first day with you, okay? I'd be like, okay, we'll do it on Saturday, and then you'll start on Monday, okay, buddy? Okay, buddy. And then you just sit here and grill me. So what about the cheating allegations that you had? Huh? How about that? Listen, Seth, I really can't talk about that. How about the Hogan sex tape, man? I mean, if you wouldn't have taped it to begin with, it wouldn't nothing. You wouldn't even be around. But you're the schemy little bastard that decided to tape it, huh? Now you say you didn't release it and everything, but that's fine. But you taped it, didn't you?
Now I've got a list of celebrities who apparently your wife has other tapes with. Can I just run them down for you real quick?
No.
I have 47 names, but only read 20. Time constraints.
And then you just go on and on and on and finally I'll be like, oh yeah, I mean, don't forget you're supposed to start. I would fired you immediately. I would have said, hey, the last question is you're fired, buddy. See you later. You get the balls to post that?
Just surprised that you would blame other people for killing the company. I mean, when you say the buck stops with the president.
When you say, Bubba, I mean, you killed your company. Everybody's left. You got a shell left. What do you say to everybody?
The United States, regardless of what happens, right? So, why would that question upset you? You seem upset by it, are you?
I think you.
And I'm not trying to upset you.
Well, you are upsetting me because the way you're phrasing the questions, I think, is not cogent.
It's not what?
Not cogent.
And Dan, I think that's a word. And Don Lemon, stupid, not smart. Listen, in full disclosure, I don't know the word either. But I'm not Bubba Lemon trying to act like I know the word. Is it a word, Dan? And do you know the meaning of it?
He's saying it's like you're being disingenuous.
Right.
Well, you are upsetting me because the way you're phrasing the questions, I think, is not cogent.
Let me look up cogent.
Cogent.
Or should I ask Alexa? How do you say it, Dan?
Cogent.
Hey, Alexa, what does cogent mean?
Intellectually honest.
Cogent is an adjective that describes something that is clear, logical, and convincing.
Wow.
It is used to describe someone's argument or presentation, which is strong and hard to refute. The word is often used to describe someone who is able to make a strong case or point.
Boy, what a brilliant word, strategically placed beautifully, right? Yes. Right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's about asking questions and being, and wow.
When you say the buck stops with the president of the United States, regardless of what happened.
Way to drop a big word in there. I don't even know if I could drop it in there and use it correctly. I'd probably screw it up trying to use it.
Right? So.
God, he's so smart. We need a poster of Elon right behind me. That's who we need to pray to. Elon. That's my new God. Elon is my God.
Why would that question upset you? You seem upset by it, are you?
I think you.
And I'm not trying to upset you.
Well, you are upsetting me because the way you're phrasing the questions, I think, is not cogent.
It's not what?
Not cogent.
Cogent.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. Don, and don't act like there's no such word. Like, you'd only make the guy repeat the word 2 different times if you think that he is making up a word. Like you were trying to frame him as being stupid, when really you just made yourself look more stupid because it's a word and he used properly. Correct?
Yes.
If given a choice where an advertiser is saying, like, you have to censor all this content on the platform, irrespective of where their advertising appears, then our answer will be like, look, you can choose where you want your advertising, what you want your advertising to appear next to, but you can't insist on censorship of the entire platform. And if you insist on censorship of the entire platform, even where your advertising doesn't appear, then obviously we will not want them as an advertiser.
So what would you say to advertisers who have left the platform?
And by the way, anybody who owns a major media or a major platform, advertising is a huge contributor to your bottom line. I mean, maybe sometimes 50% of the way you make money comes from that. Maybe even more.
Or who?
Advertising, because X is free, Lummy, and they do have some tic tacs if you want to stay verified. But yeah. I got to think advertising might be 90% of their business. So when you're as the newest liberal host that's cut a $1.5 million deal with the guy who owns this company, and you're automatically being a dick, and you're getting them right where the jugular vein for a company would be, and that is on their. You're already busting balls about advertising. Like, that's almost sacred ground of something that you wouldn't talk about.
Are considering coming back or not coming back. What would you like to say to them?
Well, first of all, almost all of our advertisers are coming back to the platform. So it's a very short list of advertisers who are not coming back to the platform. And our advertising revenue is rising rapidly. And our subscription revenue is rising rapidly. And I feel very optimistic about the future of the X platform.
Okay. Listen, I'm not meaning to offend you. You're an intense person. Where does that intensity come from?
I was born that way.
And by the way, that was a softball question just to try to get him out of the weeds.
Yeah.
That he had pissed off Elon so much with the advertising yippee-yo that's just a throwaway, warm and fuzzy.
And I had a tough childhood.
You did?
So, yeah.
How so?
Right, Walter Isaacson goes into it in the book, and we only have a couple minutes left, so
all right,
too long to describe. So there are 1 or 2 questions I can do, and then we'll have to call it.
Right. Okay, again.
Now, mind you, it's not like Don has only came out with the advertising thing in minute 3, and by minute 12, Elon's saying wrap it up, and he's over it. Elon has sat there now for over an hour. We're at an hour and 3 minutes. So, like, I think for Don to be taken back by that there's only 2 more questions left when the guy sat there for over an hour on you, I think is way more, very gracious on Elon's part.
Don Lemon's too hubristic to realize that he's overstepped his boundaries. He's too arrogant. He's too proud. He's too self-absorbed and highlighting that he has no idea. We talk about how people with Asperger's don't understand social cues. This dumbass Don Lemon doesn't understand the social cues of an Asperger guy telling him clearly, you're annoying me. You've overstepped your boundaries. You're out of your lane. Come on, kid. Take it home. You're out of time.
Hey, Alexa, what does hubristic mean?
Arrogant.
The adjective, hubristic, means relating to or exhibiting hubris, which is an excessively arrogant behavior or attitude.
Want to make sure. I mean, Dan just dumped one of those big words on me.
Sure did.
And I wanted to make sure it was used correctly. And it was.
Yes. Wow.
I don't mean to.
Did any of us knew it? I didn't know what hubristic was. Seth?
He followed it up with what it meant, Bubba, but yeah, I didn't know.
On the surface, if he wouldn't have kept flapping his gum and he just would have left it at hubristic.
He knows we're dumb. He gave us context clues.
Exactly.
Thank you.
He knew that the majority of the Bubba Army is dumb like me, and we needed a hubristic, explanation chart.
Upset you? Why are you just?
No, I have a whole room full of people waiting to meet with me.
Okay.
So we're just going over time.
Okay. All right. I understand that. So you.
And here's the deal with Elon Musk. He truly does. Like, I mean, I've seen.
He's a busy guy.
I mean, he truly does probably have a people full of engineers or a sales pitch or something like that that's probably waiting for him relatively close by.
Could be a sex dungeon.
In a conference room. It could be a skull and bones sex dungeon.
You said you were born that way. Is that, did you think that the way that you see the world has to do with your relationship with anyone, perhaps your father or someone in your family?
I think we're all affected by the people we grow up with. My aspiration is to do whatever it takes to extend consciousness into the future. That's my goal. To make life multiplanetary as part of extending consciousness into the future.
To make life multiplanetary. I'm just trying to pay my water bill. Right? Yeah. This guy wants to make life whatever the hell, multiplanetary. And I'm just trying to let me make sure that my next truck payment doesn't bounce.
Well, if we get some of that Mars juice, Bubba, I mean, you don't have to worry. Payments will go way down.
True.
Is he drilling on Mars already?
I think he said Mars is going to be the first place that we would hit up, I believe.
Or the moon.
In the past few years, and considering everything that's gone on, has it been difficult for you?
I want us to go to the moon, man, and really, be able to prove that you're on the moon. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
How are you going to prove you're on the moon? You're going to shoot one of those guns with the flag at the end that says "I'm here," and so we can take a picture of it? How do you prove you're on the moon?
I don't know, Dan. I don't know how.
I'm dying to know how to prove it.
I don't know, but you know what? The older I get, the more I think that the O.J. Simpson movie they made back in the day, remember O.J. Simpson made a movie about the moon being a fake. It was a fake deal. I forget what it was called.
Let's see what it was called.
O.J. Simpson made a fake movie?
Yeah, O.J. Simpson was the star of the show, was a co-star of this movie they made back in like the 80s.
77 Capricorn 1.
Yeah. Let me,
talking about how the whole thing was fake?
Yes. Let me send me the trailer if you can.
You and your family life?
By the way, I've heard enough Don Lemon. Don Lemon, I hate you. I do. Let me, what's this right here? Is this another Elon deal?
No, there's a full interview.
Welcome to the Don Lemon Show, everyone. We're still here. In a minute, I'm going to bring you my conversation with Elon Musk, the one that everyone is talking about. But first, let me tell you a bit about the show. Contrary to what you might have heard, we weren't canceled by X. Yes, after months of begging me, wooing me to offer some exclusive content on his platform, Elon Musk decided to scrap the deal. But our plan is, and always has been, to release this show everywhere, on YouTube, on Spotify, on iHeartRadio. Just about any place you stream content.
Same place as we do. Yeah. What a biter.
Now for my comment.
Like we invented
What's with the dingy background? I mean, it looks like he's in like a dungeon.
I sent you the trailer.
As with all my interviews.
Oh, yeah. See you later, Don. I think that you are still on those various platforms, but I don't think that you're on X anymore.
Yeah, buy some Windex.
Let me. Did they completely cancel him off of X, or do they still allow him to have a show? They're just not paying him the $1.5 million.
They're just not paying him the $1.5 million.
Good. That even hurts worse. Now I'm doing a show for free that at one time, man, you want to talk about screwing with your head. You used to do a show that paid you $1.5 million. Now they're paying you nothing. Well, God, it kind of sounds like me.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
On X is his YouTube channel.
Between your men, 9, 8, port engine, 35 minutes. A split second was monitored. As Mick spoke to the app. Bring you greetings from your fellow Americans. Never happened. Things wrong, and the signals couldn't have come. We'll never live to tell it. We'll never live to tell it. Greetings. I'm not moving an inch.
They said they were samples.
Get on the plane together.
They're samples that look like someone's water.
There's some people, if I don't give them the all clear signal, they'll explode. Something's wrong. Something big.
More molecules.
Very
much. These people are capable of it. Space. It's hard for me. It's gotten out of control. Breathe. Pull that, leave it. 1. Capricorn 1. The mission that never got off the ground.
What's up, Brian? No, I'm not in it, Grouper Lips.
TJ from Jersey.
Lummy said they got a big list of people waiting to get in.
Oh, you can get it if you want.
I'm not trying to. I don't want to hog anybody's spot.
No. Kick someone out.
No.
Actually, if you want, Red's not in it. If you want to be in it.
What does that mean? Red's not in it.
Well, no, he had a spot last year. I haven't filled his spot yet.
Well, let me see who's waiting in line so I can see if I feel good about kicking them out.
He makes miracles happen every day with a scalpel, silicone, and saline.
But you're gonna like it, mister.
He's a doctor, he's a lawyer, he's also the king of Tookies. Dr. Dan Diaco is guest hosting today. So please, for the love of the all things Dan, show your support via PayPal, Venmo, or Cash App, all at the Bubba Army. The BTLS show now returns.
Working on something right now. Stand by. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it. Stand by. Thank you. Working on something, Lummy. Okay, I got it. I'm gonna put it right there, and then we'll put that there, and then that back to this over there, and a power pick. Hello. Dan, you know how we were talking about how there was a movie made back in, what, Lummy, 77?
77.
And it was called Capricorn 1. And O.J. Simpson was in it. Boy, like nowadays, Lummy, you can tell how much people's attention span has changed over the years, because in 77, people would be willing to sit through a 3-minute and 18-second trailer. Now today's, man, trailers are like
a minute
35 max. That's with the full-blown Willie.
Well, I mean, we didn't have a choice back then because they showed them in the movies. They weren't showing 3-minute trailers on TV at all.
Yeah, I mean, you're right, because there was no, if you think about it, other than going to the movie show, there was no other place to watch the trailer, right?
So you really sucked in that trailer.
Right. So here we go. Remember how I said, the older I get, Lummy, I think that maybe we didn't go to the moon?
Yes.
I don't know, man. I'm thinking maybe we didn't.
Don't say that to Buzz Aldrin.
He'll fight you.
He's dead now, though, isn't he?
Yeah.
All right, I don't have to worry about Buzz.
We are T-minus 18 seconds from liftoff. We're T-minus 15 seconds.
Would you and your men please follow me?
Jerry, what the hell is this?
This is an emergency. Please follow me now.
T-minus 10 seconds. 9, 8. We have ignition. 6, 5. We have outboard engines. 3. We have inboard engines. 1, 0. We have a launch commit. We have a liftoff at 35 minutes after the hour.
Every split second of this historic flight, every intimate detail, every heartbeat was monitored by Mission Control in Houston.
This is Capricorn 1. We have landed.
As millions all over the world watched and listened, the President of the United States spoke to the astronauts across the vastness of space.
To the men of Capricorn 1, I bring you greetings.
Wasn't it Richard Nixon? I think
The
Nixon.
first one?
I think Capricorn. Well, I think the President of the United States might have been Nixon. I think. So
we didn't have Capricorn missions. We did Apollo and Gemini and Mercury. Mercury was, essentially the first sets of rockets just to see if we could get up in space. The Gemini missions were used to see if we could actually dock something against something else, and then the Apollo missions went to the moon, or designed to go to the moon.
So we don't know.
From your fellow Americans.
There's only one small catch. It never happened. It's all a lie, a fantastic $30 billion hoax.
Something's wrong, and I don't know what it is.
Did you say 30 bill or mil?
Billion.
30 billion back in 79, man. That's a lot of money.
Dig deep enough, you might uncover the truth.
Those signals couldn't have come from 300 miles.
But the odds are you'll never live to tell it.
Freeze!
I'm not moving an inch.
Look at those old-time cop FBI cars. I want one of those right now.
They're on the plane together. There's a device. It's on.
Let me like this stunt right here. Back in '77 was like a big-time stunt before they had AG and AI. See, watch a plane that just goes barely makes it over the cars. Like this is a big-time stunt.
The plane. There's some people. If I don't give them the all-clear signal, they'll explode it.
That's a big-time stunt right there,
It's
buddy.
wrong. Something big. They know I'm onto it, and they try to kill me. Who's they? I can't tell you.
We are dead.
You tell me you're in trouble, you're out on bail, you just got fired, I tell you I'll be right over.
My head hurts.
You look.
That's how they back in the '70s they would hold their cigarette back then. Remember your dad's picture of him doing a cigarette?
Right, exactly.
They had it real lazy lipped. You know what I'm saying? It was real, just barely hanging on.
Right,
you
you can talk with it.
Yeah, yeah. It went up and down as you talk. You kept a long ash on it. You know what I'm saying?
Very much.
Quite welcome.
It's hard to do.
Look at OJ.
Looking good.
Look at OJ, looking good as hell.
Capable of anything.
Oh man, that's an all. Can you imagine getting smashed in the face like that? Talking. Oh man.
You sound so close. It's hard to believe you really are that far away in space.
It's hard for me to...
I'm just on a studio set here in Hollywood, baby. Only about 10 miles as the crows fly.
believe it too.
To get that ass.
You're up to something. You want my help.
Hey, there's a Scott Bloomquist plane.
It's gotten out of control. It's too big.
It looks like Lee Majors.
Capricorn 1.
Yeah, I think Lee Majors was in it. O.J. Simpson was in it. I think it finally gives you the payoff.
Did this win an Oscar?
I think I went.
Macho watched it. He said it was horrible.
Houston. Capricorn 1, we show red on the heat shield. Capricorn 1, this is Houston. We show red on the heat shield. Do you read?
Pull that lever down by your feet when I tell you.
I mean, we got some crop duster with 2 military helicopters following you. I take that back. I think we did go to the moon. I don't think it was some. I would have watched this movie and said, "Yep, we went to the moon. No, nothing could have been this stupid." Oh. Capricorn 1.
Well, we definitely launched things into space, and GPSs and satellites work. So we've definitely been up in space. Have we been to the moon? Were we on the moon in the '60s and the early '70s? I don't know. I mean, they found debris.
But here's the deal: we're having such a hard time getting there now. I gotta
Are we?
I mean,
The Chinese are there. They're sending stuff back.
Well, why did we have a? When was the last time we were on the moon? Supposedly
late '70s, '78 maybe.
Why is there such a big gap of going to the moon? Right?
They said because it cost so much money, they were trying to cut cost.
Probably trying to funnel it towards the International Space Station, right? That's where we really want to put all our money is because we can do.
We did, and we realized that more valuable than the moon was surrounding the Earth with satellites, so we had better communication and transportation, and that has been the priority, and it was actually a successful priority because I don't know what we would have done with a bunch of moon technology right now.
Do you think that they literally can look out of the space station and see us like our little marble of a world? Like, do they look? Is the globe like when they look out? Does it look like a globe, or is it just like they can just see like a portion of our globe?
The people from the space station?
Yeah, like what's their view of us?
They're closer than you think, and so they don't see the whole globe. No, they don't.
That's what I'm saying. Like they're not far enough away that you can optically look at the entire globe of Earth.
No, not like the moon. You can, but no, not when you're in orbit.
But if you're at the moon, you can look back at Earth, and we look like the moon.
Yep.
I wonder what we look like.
The moon with color.
No, I mean, you got to see all the oceans and all that, right?
The clouds and the oceans and the land. You see three things: white, green, and brown.
Yeah.
The white, blue, and brown.
How much further is the moon from, like, the space station is barely in space, ain't it? Isn't it just like they broke space and then kind of they're hanging out there right there on the, on the threshold? They're not really deep into the into one of the bedrooms of space. They're just right there at the driveway of space, aren't they?
Yeah, they're like probably 20 miles up.
That'd be like saying, Dan, they're comparative to your house, like where your post office, where your mailbox might be. Is your mailbox at the do you have it on the house or is it at the end of the driveway?
End of the driveway. All
right. So the space station is the end of your driveway. The moon would be where the carriage house would be.
No. Because the end of my driveway is almost as far as the carriage house is from the main house. It's almost equal. So the moon would be like the moon would be like
the back porch.
Brandon.
Oh,
it's that much further.
That far?
Yeah, it's that much further. Yes.
Yeah, screw going there.
200, 20 miles, 30 miles versus like 200,000 miles.
Yeah. Let's just stick to the to the space station and not worry about the moon.
Well, China's getting off, I think, helium. They said helium-3 or helium-4, which is going to do their energy because we don't produce much helium-3.
So they're going to go up there and what? Pipe it? They go up there and pipe the helium from the moon or down to China?
Yeah, they said they're building these stations that they can project it back quickly. Because they said
hold on. Project what?
It says
back?
magnetic stations that they're going to set up, and they're going to launch it like a javelin toward Earth, and so it sucks it back in. That's what China's working on.
So China's working. Hold on, let me just see if you can break this down for a dumb guy. We got a dumb guy telling a dumb guy something. So. Do you think the smart guy can tell me what you're thinking, or does he not even know what you're thinking as far as this javelin harvesting of helium from the moon down to China? That's what you're basically saying, right?
Yes.
That the moon produces so much helium. Now, is helium in big demand? Like, what do we use helium for?
Well, helium-4 is what's common here. Helium-3 is what the moon produces, and China, I guess, said they need 20 tons of this helium-3 material.
For what?
To meet annual electricity needs.
All right, so does helium-3 part of electricity?
I guess they're creating something.
Can you give the article to Dan so that he can interpret it, maybe?
Sure. It just said a magnetic system that China's trying to operate. It's like
China's is China trying to set up like these magnetic stations all through the space, and then they beam their helium-3 to one, and then it beams it to another, then it beams it to another, then it beams it to like 50 others, and then it beams it down to the harvesting helium-3 station within China? Is that what you're saying is happening?
I'll try to find a YouTube video so I can explain it for you.
I mean, Dan,
they're trying to create a nuclear energy without the nuclear waste.
With the helium-3, correct?
I know,
correct?
but
correct.
Like, are they
so
using?
It's a reactor.
So are they using the moon as a test facility, or are they actually getting?
They're going to try to mine it.
And so instead of like uranium, they're going to use helium-3. And it's got a different half-life when it's converted.
I know, but Dan, how do you get that helium-3 when you get big trucks and big
no,
space
you put
trucks?
it in big magnetic containers, and they're going to javelin up and try to suck it in with a magnet and shoot it back out with another magnet.
Yeah, Dr. Dan's correct on that one.
Like a rail gun.
Let me. Is there a video of this?
That's what I'm looking for right now.
Okay, listen. As the DNC opens in Chicago. Various articles about that. They're preparing and embracing for nearly 100,000. There were protesters last night, and
they started early, yeah.
And a lot of people are comparing this to the 1968 DNC that was in Chicago, and that was during the Vietnam era, and this was what Lyndon. Who was the 68? It was Nixon. Was it Nixon versus
Johnson?
No, Johnson pulled out.
He was the president, and then he pulled out because his poll numbers were almost as bad as Biden's. He was polling around 40%, and he replaced it with like Humphrey and someone else. I mean, there were two complete nons.
Right.
Which is probably what we'll think about. We won't even know who these people are.
That was the last time that the DNC was in Chicago, and they were rioting back then. They're like saying like the 2024 DNC in Chicago emulates the 68 one a lot more than people think because people were protesting the Vietnam War back then.
Right.
And here's an article from it.
The city of
here we go.
Chicago is stepping up security as...
I'm going to go into words, and then we'll finish out the DNC process on the backside, along with you trying to find me the YouTube, Helium-3, China, Javelin, Yippee-Yo.
Yeah.
Okay.
Tens of thousands of demonstrators are expected to descend on the Democratic National Convention. The vast majority are protesting against the conflict between Israel and Hamas. The prospect of those protests is evoking memories of the 1968 DNC, which was also held in Chicago. That year, anti-Vietnam War...
They used to just, protesters didn't have near the rights they have now. Now you got to handle them with kid gloves and, quietly...
no cell phones. You could whack the hell out of somebody.
Yeah, exactly. Back in the day, man, you came out, the cops came out swinging back in the day. Look at this.
That year, anti-Vietnam War protesters clashed with police. Images like these aired on television, and protesters chanted, "The whole world is watching." Tensions were also
and they had guns back then and everything.
high inside the convention as delegates argued over the party platform.
Do you think this is going to happen for this year? Do you think delegates are going to... It was McGovern. It was the guy, remember McGovern?
Security forces even clashed with reporters, blocking CBS's Dan Rather from speaking with one participant.
Take your hands off of me. Dan Rather. Unless you intend to arrest me, don't push me, please. I know you will, but don't push me. Take your hands off of me unless you plan to arrest me. Wait a minute.
Whoa. This year, protest
Don Lemon right there.
Organizers are calling for calm. Chicago's mayor tells CBS the city's ready and its visitors should feel safe as demonstrators embrace.
I'm going to tell you right now, man, the last place I would be this next week would be Chicago. I'm only going to be, Chicago's only like 150 miles from Warsaw.
Oh.
That's it. And I'm not going.
I was going to say, you didn't take a road trip?
No, hell no.
To free speech. We'll be right back.
I mean, a lot of people are saying that's what they're preparing for right now, are they not?
Oh yeah, I mean
Yes.
I mean I think was it 1,000 cops or something that they have out there on bikes that are ready. And
some businesses downtown are hoping for the best but preparing for the worst. A store near Clark and Madison here in the Loop has its window boarded up.
Now you got to understand, this is a very affluent area of Chicago.
Right, and they have to be protective because it's going to be disasters.
This is like Fifth Avenue of New York, like where all the high-end shops are. This is the dead of the really this is absolutely the middle of the very affluent, what they call the Miracle Mile in downtown Chicago. And these major companies are literally boarding up as if a hurricane was coming, right?
There are reports that a number of shops will take the same precautions ahead of any potential problems during the DNC protests. And speaking of that, a group that
Let me, how much think you that this place had to pay for a big red guy to come in and fortify? You know that's
Chicago?
You know that's 3/4 inch.
Oh,
you know
of course
that.
it is, yeah.
protests. And speaking of that, a group that plans a peaceful
she's cute.
protest and march gathered at City Hall today to complain that the city is putting too many restrictions on their planned demonstration. Sylvia Perez has that part of the story.
The group called the Coalition to March on the DNC gathered at City Hall. They were out because they say the city is putting...
There we go. That's there.
Good Lord.
There's the humanity.
I think the difference between protests now versus protests in the 60s is the people protesting in the 60s actually knew what they were protesting about.
Yes.
And I think nowadays they just have professional protesters that have no idea what they're protesting about, don't really feel that way, but just want to be disruptive.
You think this chick really could give you a breakdown as to what she's protesting about? No.
Outrageous conditions
Or
in
what
place
deodorant
when
she
it comes
used.
to permits. The coalition says the city granted their permit to march.
You think this dude right here has any, right?
Nope.
Well, I mean, look at all the signs. Stop police crimes. We got money for jobs, schools, healthcare, housing environments, not for war. Then there's an abortion. There's, gays for Palestine. There's stop police brutality. I mean, you're protesting 6-7 things there.
Right.
And added some last-minute restrictions that includes no stages or platforms, no portable restrooms or toilets, tents, canopies, or...
Now, Larger crowds need longer routes. What? Hey, Grandpa, with your bike helmet on so that you don't get clubbed over the helmet. What's that mean?
That means that they don't have the infrastructure set up for them. So just like last week when Kamala's Secret Service broke into a building to open up the bathrooms for her supporters, they're not giving bathrooms, enough room, and ample resources for the protesters because they're trying to prevent them from having their say.
Sound equipment. They say their free speech rights are being violated.
You're going to talk about the complicity of genocide Joe Biden and killer Kamala Harris in this genocide, and we don't want you to do that. And that is an egregious violation of our First Amendment rights, and so immediately we filed an emergency injunction to keep the city.
This guy name is can somebody help me out? Dan, give me a lifeline on this guy's name.
Hatem Abudaya.
There you go.
Guilty.
March on the DNC.
And he's got nowhere to potty this week.
Exactly. And he's mad as hell.
From being able to implement those restrictions on us.
An attorney for this group filed an emergency motion last night to prevent...
Say we need a stage and porta potties. Is that all you need? I can get that thing whipped up by noon today.
I mean, they want 7 miles. I mean, they want to take over everything. They would want to go down to the south side. It's insane.
...and the city from imposing these restrictions. They say they have more than 200 organizations from across the country that have joined to march next week on the DNC, and they're also concerned the route provided by the city is not adequate enough for the large number of protesters expected. Sylvia Perez, Fox 32, Chicago.
I mean, this is already a crap show, is it not?
Yes.
Just on that. Now, this is what I think they're having. Is this the inside of the DNC?
No. This was just like there's events around town and stuff, Bubba, and this looks like it was I don't know if somebody was speaking there politically or whatever, but I mean, you can see that they've been itching to protest.
So this is like a DNC little event gimmick,
like a welcome party on a Sunday.
Yeah. Y'all can do better than that. Mike, the money.
150,000 people are dead. You are funding a genocide. The Harris-Biden administration keeps funding money to Israel.
They're so brave, but they have to wear masks.
Yeah.
Dr. Jan, I mean,
they were very nice to her. I thought.
Yeah,
I thought so too.
I mean, the Trump guys would have had her eating the
stage.
stage.
Bubba, can you just watch that one more time? The way that she runs up to the microphone. It's just, if you might have X'd it out, but man, it's fine. It's fine. It was very funny. The
Cheap
whole
Charlie
thing.
215, $20. I sent you the moon magnet thing too.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, it's a short little clip.
Okay, this is what you're trying to tell me.
You need to hear this if you're a space enthusiast. China's bringing sci-fi to life with a moon-based magnetic launcher. Chinese scientists are planning a groundbreaking magnetic launch system on the moon. Picture this, like an Olympic hammer thrower, but launching lunar resources back to Earth. Using the moon's low gravity and high vacuum, this system could send payloads twice a day at just 10% of current costs. That's right, 10%. The goal? Extract helium-3 to tackle Earth's energy crisis. With the moon holding an estimated 1 million tons of helium-3, this could power us for over 1,000 years.
Damn.
The system involves a 50-meter rotating arm powered by solar and nuclear energy, hitting escape velocity in just 10 minutes. It's designed to last 20 years and even converts kinetic energy back into electricity. This futuristic project could be part of a Russian-Chinese lunar research station by 2035. The price tag? Around $18.2 billion, but the potential revenue? 100 billion yuan yearly? Prepare for the future of space mining.
Now, Dan, can you dumb guy it down? Because I know I think you probably do. You understand it?
Yes.
And what are they doing here? Like,
instead of looking for uranium, they're looking for the isotope of helium.
Let me just another picture how they're going to do it.
Yeah, that's how they would send it off.
So Dan, you're saying they would load this big container full of a bunch of moon dust or whatever the hell it is,
moon helium,
and
gas,
then
compressed.
they shoot it. Oh, so it's gas.
It's gas. Helium-3 is a gas.
And so you shoot it
Slingshot. There'll be like a slingshot. It'll be like a railgun where they use magnetics to slingshot it.
Right, and then can they bring it right there, right to the mine where they need it?
Probably.
I mean, can they direct it? So can they be so pinpoint that they literally shoot it right where they need it?
No, they're going to take it from the mine and shoot it to Earth.
I know, but they're going to shoot it to hopefully China.
Well, I mean, eventually they'll get there. Yeah, I mean, UPS gets there. They'll get it there.
It lands in the Indian Ocean. They have to go get it, or
but whatever. It's going to be worth that much money.
How big is this thing going to be?
It depends. I'm sure it'll be small at first, and get bigger as they get better at it.
Is it a rush to see who could get to the moon and suck that out first between us and China?
Well, we've been hoping that there was something on the moon of any value. The moon is collectively owned, and no one specifically owns the moon. It's kind of like Antarctica. It's one of those things that we've all decided that we're going to share it.
It's up for grabs now, though.
Yeah,
but they went on the other side of the moon.
China's really putting a claim on it. You know what I'm saying, Seth? Say, you know what? Moon might be not owned by anybody, but we're taking all the helium out of here, and who's going to stop us?
Well, there's no life on the moon. There's probably little water.
And there's no law on the moon either, right?
Well, there's treaties. We've made international treaties over the moon, just like we have over Antarctica. Yes, and we're trying not to dominate. No country is supposed to dominate the moon. It doesn't belong to anybody specifically. So we're all going to share it, but didn't have anything. It was it was essentially an old wooden raft for years. Now we found something of value. Now we're going to fight over it.
So, and did China?
Because helium-3 wasn't valuable 50 years ago. No one even knew what to do with it.
China's building a little moon bases.
Yeah.
And what they're going to do is they're going to say, listen, we're going to get all the helium-3 out of here. And, hey, at USA, if you want any helium-3, you got to buy it from us. Because unless you want to slingshot it yourself, cost us a zillion in infrastructure to build. So
not a zillion, $83 billion. The less money than we've sent to Ukraine, we could have built this on the moon. That's how much money we've pissed away on Ukraine. We could have built something like this on the moon. So is it worth it? Ukraine? What are we doing in Ukraine? What's that war about? What are we trying to accomplish in Ukraine? Now we're invading Russia with American military hardware? That's smart. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, whatever you're talking about.
They had a couple big strikes lately on Russian territory.
Bridges and stuff in Russia. They're invading Russia. Ukraine, who said we're trying to kick Russia out of Ukraine, is now going into Russia with American arms. That's smart. That's really what I want to have happen right now. We sent 85, probably over 150 billion in real honest money to Ukraine, and we sent 17 billion or 1 point. How much money did we send to Israel? It's like less than a fifth or a tenth of what we sent to Ukraine.
Lummy, when I come back, he died Friday morning. Weren't we getting reports of Scott Bloomquist died at 7:15?
Yes.
On Friday morning, Scott Bloomquist, arguably the greatest dirt late model driver in the history of the sport. He's the Tom Brady, the Wayne Gretzky, the Tiger Woods of dirt late model racing. They're getting reports now. Well, I have an image I'm going to show. It's just I gotta have to really. I'm just gonna go ahead and say it like it is. Maybe I'll be the bad guy, but everybody's kind of tiptoeing around this, and I've done some research and found out some information that I'm going to share with you about the Scott Bloomquist dying in a plane crash deal.
Drugs.
But Lummy, I'm also going to. I have an idea. I have a Scott Bloomquist idea that I think could either be real stupid, or the entire dirt racing community wrap their arms around it and make it happen. I have an idea.
Okay.
It's a very sad story about Scott Bloomquist. But not only am I going to tell the story truthfully and show some images that people aren't showing, and then will you look up Scott Bloomquist NTSB plane report?
Yes.
There's an actual report out as well. I have the image. I just need you to get me the report. So we'll talk about that next. Hold on.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
I would say plane crash report.
Okay. I didn't know if there were certain letters you I sent you the picture that you texted me.
Don't speak, I know what you're thinking. What up, Bubba fan? What up, Hoss?
Scott Bloomquist was 6 years old and did not hold any pilot certificate.
About that Caitlin Clark, eh?
65 Cub. And new details on the Scott update.
I gotta piss. Piss it up, piss it out. What up, 305?
Whoa, don't slam the door.
Crash. In our weekly recap video we just put out, the crash had just happened. Diagnosed with prostate cancer. And to jump to conclude simple.
What up, Chief Charlie?
Required to be inspected. This is a flight he was in. Concerning Scott's flying without a certificate.
What up, Chief Charlie? What up, Jay Bowler? I know what you're thinking. What up, Ashley? Don't tell me 'cause it hurts. What's up, Purple Jers? Luckily, the Bears are getting out of town. They play KC on Thursday. So no one will be able to capture or kill Caleb Williams. I just said move the Bears to higher ground. Did you see what they did? They on the Trump building in Chicago. They projected Harris walls onto the outside of the building. So everybody's so petty. I got a week 1 pick for you, Berto. Bears over Titans. Book it. I don't know any other games.
What did you see that YouTube video about the?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay.
Chief Charlie.
Thank you. Thank you.
Why is he paying his
Come on, guys. You know Aaron Rodgers probably paints his fucking toenails.
You think?
And probably not because he has a daughter. Probably because it look pretty in the shower.
Of course, Jay Bowler.
I don't need your reason. Oh, that's right, you did, Ashley. Will you talk about the Dolphins? Would you call about the Fins?
Yeah. She's a big Dolphins fan.
Man. Those shows were pretty good.
Tua was just gonna shit the bed.
What's that?
Tua was just shit the bed. Huh?
He's turned out a pretty good quarterback, don't you think?
Yeah, with his good wide receivers.
They said Tua can throw the ball through a fucking keyhole. I don't know.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show, listener supported via PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App. All at the Bubba Army now returns.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, Monday, August 19th, 2024. It's the Monday after the news that we got about, what did we get, about 9:15 or so, Lummy, Friday, that Scott Bloomquist, arguably the greatest late model dirt racer in the history of the sport, like by a lot. Like he's considered the Tom Brady, the Wayne Gretzky, the Tiger Woods, the Michael Jordan of dirt late model racing. Here's some of his accolades. 600 feature wins, 9 national championships, 8 late model dreams, which is the dream is the largest. It's one of the crown jewels. 4 World 100s, and that's both, again, the late model dream and the World 100 are both held at Tony Stewart's most famous dirt track in the world, Eldora. So, he's the guy has just racked up all type of stats. Lummy, there's reports that he was initially, it came in that it was a plane accident.
Yes.
And so here's what we get on Friday, that Scott Bloomquist died in his personal plane, and hit a barn Friday at, I think it happened at 7:15.
That's what the report says.
Now, here is a picture of that, and everybody, it started circulating throughout the racing community and throughout just, the world for the most part of this is the picture that people were pretty much sharing and posting on Friday, Saturday, and yesterday. And I'm in no way, shape, or form trying to be disrespectful to Scott Bloomquist. I knew Scott. He's raced at my track several times. Scott had a real rough patch there for a while when he was hanging out with that sweet guy. But seemed to clean up his act, and he had some surgeries on his foot and had some injuries over racing, over his career of racing, just some injuries that started to kind of tic-tac and pile up on him a little bit. He was having some financial issues. Things weren't going well for Scott Bloomquist in the latter part of his career. And he'd just been diagnosed with prostate cancer last July. And Dan, it's my understanding, and you're obviously a doctor, that prostate cancer can be beat. Like you can
if it's caught early.
You can have your prostate taken out. Mm-hmm. And really, it's a pretty survivable sentence. And I think he started the chemo and the radiation. I from what I've been told, and that he was going to be okay on that, but he was very depressed, was very upset. He wasn't well sponsored or well funded anymore, and he was kind of like the guy that the industry had kind of moved on from, and he was still trying to hang on. Mm-hmm. And he just was a great dude. And supposedly, he started talking about potentially doing something bad to himself about a week ago. And this comes from some people that I've spoke with that would know, might have been there. And I guess his friends and his crew, whatever, his boys back there in Tennessee would be like, Scott, stop.
How old is he?
60. I think he's 60. So Scott had this 1938 Cub Piper, and it literally was a 1938 Piper. Now, these things are super forgiving and super easy to drive, fly. You could literally, if you had a computer, you could literally get a flight simulator for, I don't know, $100, and you could learn how to fly one of these very forgiving, big, double wing, lethargic. They had a 65 horsepower motor on them. Fixed big balloon tires. And you literally could, if you could. It was
a biplane, double wing. You said.
I think it might have been above wing, upper one wing. I don't think it was a biplane. I think it was just a regular wing, one wing, yellow.
Yeah, I sent it to you.
The picture
like a quick picture, yeah.
Of what?
The 1938 Piper Cub that they're saying he was in.
Yeah, here's what it looks like, Dan. Let me show you. Much like kind of a bigger, hunkier Cessna 172 that almost everybody learns how to fly on. That big top wing makes it very forgiving. And literally, you could, if you knew anything about just rudder control and being able to keep your plane straight while taking off, you could literally just give it a gas and go down. And by the way, he had a grass strip. Scott Bloomquist had a grass strip at his, property in Tennessee, which also where his late model team was located as well. And so he and by the way, Lummy, as I play the NTSB report from this YouTube channel, Scott he was like Gary Grubbs. He didn't have a license. He did not have a pilot's license at all.
Oh.
So he would just you gotta understand, when you don't have a pilot's license, you literally can't fly anywhere else because you could potentially get ramp checked, or there could be somebody, So you can't fly this thing, down to your friend's house 200 miles and fly into his local municipal airport, pick him up and because I'm sure maybe Scott did that, but he mostly had to just put it around town because he didn't have a license.
And land at his own place every time?
Take off and land. And if he's flying below 1,200 feet, he doesn't have to file a flight plan or anything like that. And you can just buzz around. As long as you say 1,200 feet, 1,199 feet and below, the air traffic control is going to leave you alone. You're just going to be up there buzzing around, much like helicopter dudes do. So supposedly, he told a guy named Fireball might either live with Scott or live close by or something. And I think Fireball works on his as part of his crew on his late model team. And now this is the information that I'm getting. And I don't want anybody to think that I'm being disrespectful to Scott Bloomquist, because I have the utmost respect for him. He's the greatest of all time. It's just that this is a lot of people in the racing industry are afraid to talk about this because it's not good. It's quite sad. And when one of your heroes, one of the greatest of all times, goes out in a bad way. That would be like if Tom Brady developed, some habits, Lummy, and there were people looking for him, and he was still trying to hang on and do good, and, decided one day that he was going to fly his plane into the side of his barn. So he was talking about hurting himself. His boys talk him out of it. Last Friday, supposedly he got Fireball rounded up. Now, this is where I'm getting conflicting reports from people that I've talked to. Somebody said that he made Fireball tape this, and that Fireball gave the tape to the local police authorities. So I don't know that there's an actual videotape of this event or not, but there's that rumor floating out as well. I just want to give you all the rumors that are floating out there, and you be able to determine what you think.
Would there be a point to filming that?
I don't know. But I've heard that rumor as well. I heard that Scott got up about don't know what time he got up, but he got in his plane around 7 o'clock or so, and supposedly had 5 gallons of gasoline. And again, this is just internet stuff, and people that supposedly know say that he had 5 gallons of gasoline between his legs, And again, I don't want anybody to listen. I do business with people that at my track that run the super dirt late models. We have Lucas coming in for 5 nights this year. So in no way, shape, or form I want anybody in the dirt late model community to think that I'm being disrespectful, because I am as upset about this as you are, and I just this is horrible. But there is all types of stuff floating out there. I'll try to tie it all together, and maybe some of it's true and some of it's not. But this is what's circulating out and about. And again, please don't anybody. If I'm wrong about some of this stuff, then please correct me if indeed I'm incorrect. If I'm just rumor mongering and I don't have the correct information. So supposedly, Lummy, he got Fireball up and told he wanted Fireball to tape it all. I don't know that to be true or not. And I don't think that video would be available unless somebody had like a FOIA request to the local municipality police department who had it, and the news would do a Freedom of Information Act to try to get it. I would say that other than that, it won't be published. And it might not even exist. But supposedly he got into his 1938 Piper Cub and was flying around on Friday. And there's rumors that he had 5 gallons of gasoline between his legs. Now, I don't know. That to me sounds a little far-fetched, but that's some of the rumors that are also being said. And he flew around and buzzed people's houses around him. And then Lummy, got kind of like flew around and then went and got as low to the ground as he could, in some instances skimming the ground.
Ooh.
And came in and hit this barn head on.
Is that his barn?
That's his barn on his property, and this is his grass strip right here. Now, here is somebody, Lummy, that's tried to read the NTSB report and give you some data. I don't know if it's any of the data I just gave. And again, I don't know that my data is correct, especially the 5 gallons between his legs kind of deal. I don't know that to be true.
And new details on the Scott Bloomquist crash on this episode of Taking Off.
All right, so this seems to be maybe like an aviation website.
Yes.
That maybe analyzes aviation wrecks and stuff.
Hi.
So, this guy might be an expert on this deal.
Hey, I'm Dan Milliken, and we've got new info on the Scott Bloomquist crash. In our weekly recap video we just put out, the crash had just happened. It was breaking news, and now we know a little bit more. Here are the details. On August 16th at about 7:15 a.m. local time at a farm near Mooresburg, Tennessee, a Piper J3C 65 Cub November 21811 was destroyed when it impacted a barn. Scott Bloomquist has been confirmed as the non-certificated pilot and the only one that was on board. Scott Bloomquist was 60 years old and did not hold any pilot certificate or FAA medical. According to some reports, Scott had been diagnosed with prostate cancer and began treatments in July of 2023.
So again, it looks like, Dan, most of my information's correct.
Sounds like it, yeah.
For those jumping to conclusions and speculation, keep in mind, according to the CDC, the 5-year relative survival rate is 97%. A prostate cancer diagnosis is hardly a death sentence. In reports...
Dan, would you agree to that as a doctor?
Most of the time, yes.
From last summer, it was revealed that the disease was caught early, giving Scott...
Oh, great!
Really, really good odds. And Scott was aiming to compete again in major series competitions later this year.
I think he was... trying to compete with in the World that's coming up here in a few weeks.
Oh.
The World 100 at Eldora that I think pays like $58,000 or $60,000 to win.
To jump,
he's won that thing I think 6 to 8 times prior.
To conclusions about why he crashed is way too early, and to jump to conclusions and then be wrong can bring a lot of pain to the family.
Well, maybe maybe I'm guilty of just doing that. I jumped to some conclusions on things that I had heard. And maybe that's wrong. So this guy's making me feel bad now.
Friends, let's wait for the real investigation.
I just blew that, didn't I?
It's okay.
Just way too many unknowns. Bloomer was 60 years old and is considered the greatest dirt late model driver, the GOAT.
All right, so you
holding on to something else, Bubba? Some other info?
No, I was just told that Bloomer wasn't in a good spot mentally, and
was he relying on things to make him feel okay?
I don't know. I just
Do
don't know.
you think he's having some side effects from the treatment? Maybe some impotence.
I just think Bloomer was going through a tough time. He had mentioned hurting himself to some of his closest friends. They were all concerned about him. The day of the accident, supposedly he got a hold of Fireball, and this was. I mean, I'm just gonna go ahead and say it. It looks like he committed suicide, and that is horrible, especially for somebody that's so well loved. That's all you had to do was pick up the phone and call a Mark Richards or a Devin Moran or a Tony Stewart. A guy like Tony Stewart who is. Owns one of the greatest facilities in dirt racing, and you and Tony have had your spats and worked them out. And so there's so many people. Jimmy Owens, the real deal Don O'Neill. There's so many people that loved this guy. The entire dirt racing community. Call Rick Swally, the series director for Lucas, or Stevie Francis, the series director for World Outlaw. There's just so many people that he could have called and said, Scott, I'll be right up there to help you. Get you through this tough time. He didn't have to do. This is so heartbreaking that he did this. And it's just, it'd be like if, Tom Brady had done something to himself or Wayne Gretzky.
It's sad.
That was the sad. And so here's my proposal. Now, maybe everything that I said prior, Lummy, is great. Nobody's mad at me. But here's my second half to this, which people may find interesting. But if there's one thing about Scott Bloomquist, he was a hustler. Not only could he drive the car, but he could also hustle. And when he knew his worth. And you have to understand the world of dirt super late model racing is such a small little niche within sports. It's not the sexy NFL or NBA or even WNBA. It's a little known pie within the racing community, but that little pie is so loyal and is so knowledgeable about the sport that Scott knew his worth. Back in the day when Scott was really, really hot and our big time draw, Scott would call racing promoters or track owners and sometimes ask for an appearance fee so that they could actually promote Scott. Be like, this Saturday night, the World Outlaw late models return back to, Bubba Raceway Park, Ocala Speedway. And that's right, Scott Bloomquist, Black Sunshine, The Reaper, Zero, Running Wild. He'll be there. That's right, Scott Bloomquist. And you would, as a promoter or a track owner, you would get with Scott and you'd say, oh, listen, I'll give you 6 pit passes and $1,000. I for one, paid Scott a couple different times over the years when he was, 2011, 2012, when we first owned the track, me and Tom Bean, Bubba Raceway Park, Ocala Speedway. We paid Scott, a couple $1,000 to show up so that we could promote Scott being there. Scott put asses in the seats. In today's dirt late model racing world, it's Ricky Thornton Jr. or Jonathan Davenport, or Devin Moran or Tyler Erb, or they have their stars in the sport that put asses in the seats. And for years, that number one dude was Scott Bloomquist. And so here's my idea. Now, obviously, if you look at the wreck, one would say that Scott's probably going to be cremated, right? I mean, you certainly can't have an open casket. He died from, I think,
impact and burns.
Right.
I mean, that's partially already.
Right. So one would think that Scott would be cremated. I don't know what his wishes are on that, but here's my idea if indeed he gets cremated. Because Scott would want to give back to the sport. And Scott was the ultimate showman. That Scott's family, he had 600 victories. I don't know how many different tracks, and some of the tracks that he's won over the years have probably shut down. But you get a list of tracks that Scott won a race, that Scott won a feature at, right? Maybe that's 350 tracks. I don't know. Of which, maybe 200 are still open. And you give them, even if it's just a teaspoon, you ship them in a little Ziploc bag a portion of Scott's ashes. And every racetrack that Scott ever won a feature at, they have a Scott Bloomquist Memorial late model race. It could be a local race, $5,000 to win. Like, it didn't have to be a big, Lucas or a World Outlaw sanctioned $50,000 to win. It would be a way for Scott to give back to all those promoters and to all those track owners that are always looking for a promotion. And I can't think of a better promotion. I was like, Ocala Speedway this weekend, where we have the Scott Bloomquist Memorial, where we will take a portion of Scott's ashes and sprinkle them on the start-finish line.
Oh, I thought the winner got them.
No.
No, at the tracks. Okay. That makes sense, Bubba.
And so you got 290, 250, 200 tracks that are getting a free built-in, and it makes Scott's legacy even live more in infamy, does it not?
Yes.
If you have 200, 250 tracks that have, we're going to spread, a portion of Scott's ashes on our start-finish line. It's the Scott Bloomquist start-finish line, because that's where his ashes were laid.
Can I be honest, Bubba? Well, I don't think you could get 200 sprinkles out of one body.
Listen, I know the amount of ashes that my stepfather produced, and it's a box. It's probably three gallon bucket worth of ashes that the average male produces.
Okay.
Oh wow, that's a lot.
And so
that's enough. That's a teaspoon for every track.
If you gave a teaspoon to every track, and then that's a built-in promotion. We're getting our track has a and Scott, in his narcissistic megalomania type way, I love Scott, but he was always looking for a good promotion. And Scott was a showman, and he was his best agent. He could represent his best. He would love the fact that he has 200 or 250 tracks that are having Scott Bloomquist spread your ashes night. He would love that. It's my idea. And let me Lucas does it. World of Outlaw does it.
Have you pitched it to anybody yet?
No, I'm just basically
soft launch right here.
I'm soft launching it right now.
Okay.
Hopefully Gary Cantrell, or Rhett will make this a standalone deal, and we can start getting it out. Start from the tragedy. Just play the whole. Maybe tighten it up a little bit, but play the whole damn segment. We'll see if it gets any traction. But does that?
Would you do it your track?
Of course, I have to check to see if he won a feature at my track, but I think he did. I think he's won a couple features at my track. I know he certainly won at East Bay. And they could start this as early as, East Bay has its last race ever in October coming up here with the Lucas Late Model. They have an October race, and it's the last race in the history of East Bay. Start the sprinkling of the Scott Bloomquist ashes at the Lucas race in East Bay. That's where they start this process. And then they just get a list. I'm sure the Scott Bloomquist statisticians, have a list of all those 600 victories where they were. And you just go down the list and see who's still open. And then you offer those that are still open, a portion of his ashes. He would want. Is that the pimpest way to go ever? Is that not a cool way? Or I'm
just trying to think. So if when Kobe Bryant died, they took his ashes and put him in every basketball stadium that he played in.
But NBA is not near the close community that super dirt late model racing is.
Right.
Like the NBA is so upper crust, tight.
They're not into ashes and stuff.
Well, they're
right?
not. I mean, dirt late model fans are different than the guys paying $600 a seat to sit courtside at the Lakers Supersonics game.
Right. I hear you.
So listen. Maybe this video Lummy is going to stir up a bunch of crap. Like, how could Bubba ever think of that? But I actually think it's a brilliant promotion. And it would be Scott's way of giving back to racing. Scott was always trying to give back to racing. Not only was he the greatest of all time, but, he would, towards the latter part of his career, he'd call me up and say, I'm going to be there at your track, but, you can promote me. I don't need nothing. This is his way to give every track owner a way to promote his memory and spread his remains on their track. If your track was fortunate enough to have Scott win a race at your track, what a great promotion and what a pimp way to give back to the sport.
Did he leave in his will? Do you think he left how he wants, where he wants his...
This is, I don't know. You're going to have to look at his will and see what his wishes were. And if his wishes weren't necessarily, just, I want to be cremated and no caveat to that, then at that point, his family could keep a portion of ashes for themselves, and then give the rest to various tracks for them to build a Scott Bloomquist, you're spreading your ashes across the start-finish line promotion, paying homage to the greatest of all time. I don't know, Lummy, it's either brilliant or I'm going to get clowned for it.
I think a lot of people will find it brilliant.
I don't know. I think I'm going to get clowned.
I don't think you get clowned, but I think it's a neat idea.
As a track promoter and a track owner, I'm not trying to be selfish. I'll have a Scott Bloomquist memorial with or without ashes. It's just it's kind of a gimmick in his way to give back to the sport. And every track owner, everybody in racing will be like, man, that's pretty pimp. It's a pretty damn good idea, Bubba. I should have probably ran this by a few of the boys.
On a root, there's a couple comments here.
Is it all bad?
No.
But see, what people don't realize is this, Seth, is that the dirt racing community is it's
different. Yeah,
it's way different than the NBA. You cannot compare this to any other sport that is, pop culturally popular. Like you can't compare this to the NFL. You can't compare this to the NBA. This is a dirt racing thing. This is a dirt racing thing that, quite frankly, most people can't understand.
It's a racing deal.
It's a racing
deal.
And
that's why CK saying that Dan's bedside manner is holding him back from laughing. That's why that should apply. When Rube Goldberg says this is the Cabana idea all over again, that shouldn't apply because it's a racing deal, Bubba, and not everybody gets that.
Yeah, it looks like Odor's doing a celebration of life on September 7th.
Any ashes being spread?
I don't see any yet.
We got 3 weeks to get our hands on those.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
All right, guys. Have a great day.
Bye, Danny.
Oh, see you, Dan. Oh, damn, 916. No J. I need a hero. Do. Where have all the good men gone? Lead it, man, toss and I turn and I dream of one of these. What up, Wheeze? Thank you, SB. Bonnie Tyler, man. Other songs than Total Eclipse of the Heart. Don't forget Holding Out for a Hero. I'm sure she's got other ones. Man, Matt LaFleur not happy with the Packers. Not good.
What do you say? What the fuck?
So there's big problems. It's a Sports Illustrated article. So they're in serious trouble. No, I don't think so. I think they're a Super Bowl team waiting in the wings. I wouldn't say that, anything like that.
But
it's good, Permagrom. She likes her teacher. How's kindergarten's? Kindergarten's different. It's a whole new world. What up, Paul? Man, if we're getting lots of YouTube ads, maybe that's because we got a handful of listeners. Maybe they juice them up.
yeah, I mean, we're fucking at 1,100 right now on the downside. We're 1,100 with fucking only 2 breaks left, lover.
That's right.
I mean, I feel like they probably would put a shitload of ads in something that's got like 5 people watching, but I don't know how it works. I'm holding out for a hero.
Premium is awesome. No commercials.
Nothing's better than when that fucking skip sign pops up. That's gonna go down as the top 5 sign of all time. Don't go to jail, Reno.
I'm going to talk about this funeral home caper that I need a video on.
Okay.
Oh, good looking out, Jake.
Man, I hope the dirt racers out there understand that I'm not trying to be fucking goofy or disrespectful or nothing.
He makes miracles happen every day with a scalpel, silicone, and saline.
But you're gonna like it, mister.
He's a doctor, he's a lawyer, he's also the king of tookies. Dr. Dan Diaco is guest hosting today. So please, for the love of the All Things Dan, show your support via PayPal, Venmo, or
I know you're on the payroll.
Bubba Army. The BTLS show now returns.
Macho's not here. Didn't take it out.
Yeah. By the way, Lummy, I've reached out to all my dirt late model connections, and none of them are returning my text back.
Oh, no.
I texted Tyler Erb, Michael Rigsby, Devin Moran, trying to run this by them. And Devin Moran would actually be the best guy because not only is he might be I think he's top. He might be number 1 in points right now. Him or Ricky Thornton Jr. in the Lucas deal. But Devin Moran is a big time competitor in the sport that Scott obviously is the GOAT of. But also Devin Moran, I think his family owns a dirt track as well. So he could give you the perspective of an owner and a competitor. Every track that Scott want to feature on gets a tablespoon or so of his ashes, and they're able to build that into a Scott. Let's pay some respects to Scott Bloomquist night and the dirt racing. I mean, your crowds would be bigger, Lummy. I mean, you might not want to go to the dirt track regularly on a Saturday, but when it's Scott Bloomquist gets his ashes spread across the start-finish line, I'm coming for that one, just out of respect to the GOAT.
Which I have not found if he won at Ocala yet.
Have you not found what?
That he's won at your track.
Well, I mean, I'll have to look at. I mean, Bubba's organizing this. He's got to get some ashes.
Well, I know. I'm just saying it's not like Bubba knows for a fact he's won there a bunch of times.
No, I think he's won a couple times. Of course, not when I own it. He was winning a Lucas or a World of He was winning a World of Outlaw race with one to go in 2012. And Brandon Shepard and the Rocket House car beat him on the high side going into 4.
I think that was 17.
Was it 17?
Yeah, I'm looking at because that's the one I.
You got a video of it?
Let me see if I can get it here.
So as remember was it Friday that we had Merch Crick in here and she was giving her the shakedown of how not funeral homes, but graveyards and cemeteries just try to absolutely gouge you, and that they're going to charge you like if your family has purchased a niche. Is that it right here?
No, I just sent you.
You see, has purchased a niche. Oh, is that it right here?
No, I just sent you.
Hold on here. Let me. Has purchased a niche. Is this it right here? Let me.
Yeah, it says Brandon Shepard gets by Scott.
Leg going down the backstretch. I picked him earlier last week and he almost won, but he did not. And I said to O'Neill, surely you're going to win one of these, right? And he goes, tonight is the
There's
night.
my track.
Yes, Burroughs has given me a good
badass that track
He feels good about it. He said, we've been close to the front. Don O'Neill wins tonight.
I still think I'm going to go with Josh Richards tonight. He's got...
All right.
Bubba's for the Lucas Oil 8 Series and a 79 we're underway.
That's my track, buddy. Make me so proud.
What number was he?
0, Black Sunshine.
He's gonna get around. It's all the go around. Richard! Oh, O'Neill! Oh, your leaders are knocked down the race.
Here's Mark Richard ready to beat somebody up.
I'm in the one. For the coastline, it's into the fence down together side by side. And the caution is out. And it's down the back runway with the line. The crowd's on its way.
I think this is the last lap. I think, Lummy. And Bloomquist is in this car, and B-Shep is in this car. Look at this. Badass.
On the outside. Now they come at the line. And Shepard. Yes.
Yeah.
Shepard did it.
Right there. Is that badass or what? Sorry,
awesome.
I'm getting goosebumps.
Now they come at the line. And Shepard. Yes.
Boom, right there.
Shepard did it. Look for a second and third. The crowd is fanatic.
So anyway, Lummy, hopefully my people get back to me and we can get their opinion on my idea. So Merch Crick just sent me. Remember that woman named Tammy Stock?
Yes.
Lummy?
Yes.
She was the one that Merch Crick got in a full-blown conversation with, and she was like, listen, here at Chapel Hill Garden Cemetery, owned by the Hodges Family Funeral Home in Dade City, I know that your mom, rest in peace, Virginia, bought, she had all of her funeral arrangements prepaid, and now we're getting Merch Crick's there. And so remember on Friday they called up, or on Thursday they called up Merch Crick and said, listen, if you want your mom's ashes to be put in the niche that she's already bought, it's going to cost $850 for us to open the door up. And then we got to put her on this little ledge And if you're going to put a name tag on there, it's another $1,100 for the name tag, and we only do name tags in groups of couples, and so she's going to have to be put on a name tag that's not her current new husband, Cocan Carlos. We have to put her on with Merch Crick's dad, George. Well, Virginia doesn't want to be on a George nameplate. She wants to be on either her own nameplate or, maybe get buried with Coke Can once he kicks it. So the bottom line is this Tammy Stock girl maybe she's running a scam. Maybe the fine people of Hodges Family Funeral Home, because the Chapel Hill Garden the Chapel Hill Garden Cemetery of Dade City, Lummy, is owned by the Hodges Funeral Home Incorporated.
Yes.
They own this graveyard. And so maybe unbeknownst to them, the owners, this Tammy Stock goes, and people that have prepaid for their arrangements, including, the nameplate, including the no fee there's no fee or mention of the contract that was signed back in the 90s, I think. There's no mention of having to pay somebody $850 to open it up. So Merch Cricks found the official contract, and this was like this Tammy Stock girl's going rogue, in my opinion, and maybe doing a money grab.
Oh, no.
Because, how do you not, you have to honor the original contract unless you've sent word to the people that signed the contract, like Virginia did back in the 90s, and said, hey, I know what you signed back in the 90s was, X, but things have changed over the years, and I know that we didn't put it in the paperwork back in the 90s, but now we have an $859 open. If we just want to open the door fee, that goes to $950 on Saturday, and it's $1,150 for us to open the door to be able to put your mother's ashes on this little ridge, this little, this little shelf, Lummy. And then another $1,100 to engrave her name, and her name must be with her ex-husband that she doesn't want her name on. And they won't do individual plaques. Why can't you just put, here's Virginia Gonzalez or Hernandez Gonzalez? Nope. Remember, Tammy was being a real bitch about it. So I guess Merch Crick's out there right now trying to figure all this out, including digging up the original contract that has no mentions of any of this stuff. So do you think that the Hodges Family Funeral Home they're directing her to give people these prices, or do you think that she's just money grabbing?
That would be pretty tough. Because everything on their website, they give a little bit of prices here and there, but they don't have anything about opening it up.
Well, Merch Crick sent me 4 pictures of a contract. And basic cremation. She even paid for her cremation back then.
Oh, wow.
Transportation. It was $1,070 back then. I'm sorry. It was $1,530 back then. Niche plate. She's already paid for it, Lummy. It says 10 times 3. So she already paid for her niche plate. I guess you can get a different container, which maybe might be a different urn, maybe perhaps for $125.
Well, yeah, because on their website they have a cardboard container and a unfinished wood box for the basic cremation. Pretty expensive, $2,400 or $3,500. Whew.
Yeah, it looks like Virginia had all of this prepaid. And you're trying to get another $2,100 out of the crick?
It's ridiculous.
There's a ton of money in the death business.
You want to get into it?
Bubba's graveyard?
Yeah.
And just have Bubba Army? No, the wives would hurt. They would kill us because the dude would I want to be in the Bubba Army cemetery because I hate you.
We'll just build a big one back by the pond.
I don't think we can get that many people back there, Lummy.
Well, then we expand it over to your track.
Well, we could put it in the back of my track.
Oh, yeah.
Bubba Army Graveyard. But I almost have to be the first one in for people to want to get in. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you could prepay your spot. And then, like, you can, the closer they are to you, the more money it is.
Nah, let's stop. We've shaken them down enough. The new slides are coming this week.
Oh, sweet.
Not only if you prepaid, will your slides be coming your way, but also, I think I made an extra 100 slides. Figuring, man, there's going to be some people that see them and be like, oh, man, I didn't think they were going to be that cool. I'm going to buy a pair now.
Kind of like the golden shoes.
Yeah, do you know how many people after the golden shoes came out and shipped? Like a lot of people love me on the golden Fat Man Dunks. They were like, man, there's no way that Bubba's going to be able to, make his own tennis shoe and make it look good. It's going to look stupid. The quality's not going to be there. It's just going to be stupid. And then once they came out and people are like, oh my God, this is a real thing. A lot of people are like, hey man, can we, nope. Just pre-order Willie. And let me the black ones. Remember the black and red? And
yes, and the Guido style one.
And the Guidos, they're being made. They're almost done being made as well, and those will ship out.
Awesome.
How could you where the Raiders play in Vegas? Well, the Las Vegas Raiders, right?
Yes.
And if you have like a Diaco type Jay's not here today, right?
No, he is not.
No, see, Dan, I could have asked Dan how the Tampa prices stack up against, because Dan, they have a box, and Dan's probably pretty familiar with what they charge. I know that when you go to the Diaco box, you're not supposed to go there and really think that you're going to drink it up. You can have one beer, a couple sodas, one mixed drink, but you don't want to be just killing them and making them have to buy bottle after bottle after bottle, because these are the prices. And I don't care how rich you are.
This is nothing for rich people.
$750 for a $750 of Maker's Mark?
Yeah.
I mean, $20 for a Corona, that's good, isn't it?
I mean, $800 for some gin. I mean, if you want some scotch, low end is $750, high end's almost $2,000. Cognac, beer and soda, a Corona Extra, or a Modelo X, or a Coors Light, $20 a beer.
Oh, see, that's a good deal. $15 for Smart Water.
There you go.
That's where you go.
I would puke if I had to pay $15 for water.
I wonder if that's just in that area of for the table service, or if that's.
You can't buy bottles otherwise.
But I'm saying bottles of water. Do you think 15 is the running price? At the whole stadium?
Yeah, probably.
Oh my God.
Probably for the thing. They don't sell the other. I mean, but I bet you they sell mixed drinks at various places, right?
Yeah. They definitely do.
All right. So usually, Lummy, I think they get 30 shots out of a bottle. I think that's about what it is, right?
On a $750, yeah.
So if you were to take an absolute, so $7.95. $7.95, and you divide that by 30, that's $26. And then if you throw the soda in there for I bet you they're $31 cocktails. Because if you take $7.50,
yeah, I can see that. Because Tampa, I think for a double, he's in the 20, 25. I think $25.
So I can see this happening.
What's a Grey Goose Magnum?
I think it's just a Grey Goose.
And then there's a Tito's Magnum.
But they're bigger. The Magnum Lummies are probably...
They're probably the leaders are 1.79.
They're probably the 1.25s, maybe.
Yeah.
God, how could you afford? How could you afford?
I mean, isn't that... I mean, I don't know. I've never been to Vegas, but I'm assuming a lot of tourists are going to go there. So, I mean, that's probably what the prices are like all over Vegas. And then, I don't know, maybe just rich people can go.
Remember, Lummy, when I went to Reno to see my dad?
Yes, you did.
They charge you $45 a day just to have a microwave in your room.
Oh, yeah, that's right, yeah.
And then a $65 a day, what's it called?
Resort fee?
Resort fee. A $65 a day resort fee. $45 a day if you want a microwave. And if you want a microwave, you got to call them up, and the handyman got to come in there and put it in it, because they tear it out of this little cove, against the wall. I mean, they got to come in and install it.
Yeah.
Who wants a microwave? I mean,
Heat up your old food, I guess?
microwave popcorn's pretty damn good. It's my understanding, like if I was to go to, I don't think you really spend that much time in your room, do you?
You're not supposed to, no.
Unless you had a kidney stone, and I did sleep for 36 straight hours on pills when I was at Ronnie's party.
Oh, that's right.
Remember I was passing a kidney stone? Yeah.
It looks like suite rentals for the Raiders is between 25 to 75,000 per game.
25 to 75. The 25s are in the end zone, and the 75s are at the 50.
Yes.
And then it goes down from there. When I returned, supposedly they found enough fentanyl in Citrus County to kill 3 million people. 3 million people. Just for some stupid ass redneck that's slinging fentanyl in Citrus County. We'll do that next.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Up over in Homosassos. Steve. REM 678, 66 months. Yeah, KJJPY, that sounds about right. $26 for a double. Raymond James, probably the same as Jacksonville. What's up, Jimmy? Oh, he's supplying Moon Lake.
What up, Reno?
Only a year ago, they. Jesus,
What?
I guess a year ago, they're saying that Citrus County had another huge fentanyl bust that was up to, they could kill 100,000 people. 64 people got arrested.
Hey, Lummy.
Yes, sir.
Maybe with that Scott Bloomquist standalone,
yes,
you include this phone call because I'm talking to Devin Moran, so that you include this on that standalone.
Okay.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show, listener supported via PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App, all at the Bubba Army, now returns.
I'm calling Lummy, I'm calling Devin Moran. Driver of the 99 Lazy Days. Now what the hell? What the hell is that? Having all kinds of problems.
Kevin McKenzie, Venmo.
Let me, did you miss a Venmo?
It just came in.
This is Devin Moran, driver of the 99 Lazy Days, Willie.
Hello.
What's up, superstar?
Oh, not a whole lot. Just getting the workday started finally.
What's next? The World? Is that what's next?
No. So we actually raced Lernerville for Flow on Wednesday, and then we've got Port Royal on Saturday.
You do which one of the two tracks do you do best at? So you can win in both of them?
I'm planning on winning both of them, but I'd say Lernerville I'm probably a little better at than Port Royal. I've been good at Port a couple times, but never great.
By the way, the number 99, Devin Moran, the Lazy Days. How, if you were to, what's it like? How does what's the guy in the booth from Columbus, Indiana? James Essex. And he always always sounds like he's singing. He's like, and now the 99. It sounds like he's almost an auctioneer when he does your sponsors. What's your sponsor rap sheet? Like it would be number 99, Devin Moran, and the Yippee-Yo Sports Lazy Day Special. It's
Devin Moran and the 99 Double Down Motorsports, Roger Sellers, Lazy Days RV, Big River Steel Dirt Late Model.
Currently sitting.
Pretty good.
Currently sitting in where?
Currently sitting second in the Lucas Oil Late Model Dirt Series points.
How many points behind the leader?
Too many to catch. I think we gotta wait. We gotta wait till the playoffs for it to reset.
Yeah. Hey, listen. All you gotta be is top four, right?
That's all we gotta do, baby. Top four.
Top four. And what's the top four right now?
Ricky Thornton, me, Jonathan Davenport, Tim McCready in fourth.
Boy, you know what? It's almost just like it was last year. Just except put HUD in there for McCready, and it's the same four.
Same ride, so just different driver.
So listen, I had a Scott Bloomquist idea. Now it's either the dumbest idea ever, and everybody in dirt late model racing is going to laugh at me, or you coming from the driver's side of the deal and the track owners, because your family owns a track like I do.
Yep.
And so you're always, just being in that track promoter space is a very small space. And we've all, over the years seen Scott. Scott used to be the guy that you as a promoter sometimes would give a few extra dollars to guarantee that he'll be there so that you could promote it. And that put asses in the seats.
Oh yeah, he would definitely bring people to the racetrack without a question.
I mean, he's and there are still those guys, and promoters sometimes would cut a deal with Scott, be like, "Listen, Scott, I'll get you 8 pit passes and $1,000 for me to be able to really promote that you're going to be there." And I've cut those deals, and I'm sure your family over the years cut those deals as well.
Oh yeah. It's just part of the promotion side of things, you know.
Right. So, and Scott. At the end of the day, man, he's the greatest of all time. He was a showman. He was his own. For the longest time, he drove for himself. He had his own chassis company. Scott. Scott. And what do you think about this idea? He has over 600. Feature wins. Find out how many of those tracks are still operating, because I'm sure there's at least half that are probably closed up by now, the state of the business. And I don't know if Scott was to be cremated. I'm assuming he probably is. And you have Scott's family send a tablespoon or a small portion in a Ziploc bag of Scott's remains to every track that's still around that he won an A main at, and that track has a Scott Bloomquist night, and they spread his ashes on the start-finish line.
Yeah, I think the hardest part's going to be figuring out where all he did win, because, this dude won anywhere from California to Texas to New York to everywhere in between, so that... I'm not saying no to that, but I'm saying that might be something we talk to like Todd Turner or Michael Rigsby or someone with Dirt on Dirt about, because
you'd have
their
to
records are going to be way better than ours.
Yeah. No, of course you and I could never figure it out, but I'm sure somebody over the years has figured it out. Every place that he's won, just like they know. Well, your family knows of every place you've won.
Yeah.
And how cool, and so for the local, it's kind of a way for Scott to give back to that local promoter, because Scott was always about the promotion and the showbiz side of it. Scott was kind of the showbiz part of dirt late model racing.
He was the entertainer, wasn't he?
Yeah, and what better way for his lineage to live on if every local, like my track, for instance, I know that he'd won a couple features at if I had just on a regular Saturday show, instead of like 2,000 to win, 604 crates, maybe I do like a 5,000 to win Scott Bloomquist, memorial. And with that, we sprinkle his ashes on the start-finish line. It gives us a built-in promotion, and it makes Scott even more of the GOAT, because he's given back to the sport, giving each local promoter a way to have a Scott Bloomquist night.
Yeah, I'm sure there's going to be tons of different deals, this and that, but yeah, I think everyone's going to have to find their own special way to figure out how to represent Scott.
Because every dirt track that ever had him appear there has a Scott Bloomquist story, and
guaranteed.
Oh yeah,
I would say at least 90% of them.
You know what he did to me one time? I'm driving the water truck. I'm laying water, and all of a sudden And when you get in a water truck, you kind of got to get your momentum going, and you can't really stop for a lot of things. Just one, because the surf.
You'll slide down the track.
Yeah, you'll slide down the track. So I'm coming out of 2, Boss Hagen, and he's on his 4-wheeler. There's a little pit bike. And I'm like, I really have to stop the damn thing down. So I'm already in a bad mood. And he goes, "Hey, man, what are you putting in your water?" And I go, "Nothing." He goes, "Bull crap. Look at the residue on my 4-wheeler tires. Look at that blue residue on my 4-wheel tires. What are you?" So he was the first one that actually, because of the residue on his 4-wheel tires, knew that I was juicing up my water a little bit. And he blamed. I'm like, "How did you figure that out?" He's like, "Been a lot of places, Bubba. You aren't the smartest one I've ever dealt with."
Is that what he said?
Yeah, it's exactly what he said. And he left. But obviously a huge loss in the sport, and there's all kinds of rumors circulating around. I went through just some of the rumors I had heard, and I'm trying to be respectful to the family because there's just so many things floating out there. But, I was just thinking, either that's the dumbest promotion and everybody's going to make fun of me, or people be like, "That's actually pretty cool." I just don't know if logistically you could get it done.
Yeah, I don't know. That's out of my realm of things, but like I said, I think a ton of people are going to have different ideas on how to do different things. I know Bulls Gap's going to have some kind of ceremony, and when we get to Eldora for the World 100, they're having a big Scott Bloomquist ceremony, celebration of life deal. So I think there's going to be a lot of different people doing different things, and I don't think any idea is a dumb idea. Everybody's got their own ideas, and if you can make it work, I think it's something worth trying.
Well, it would give the local track that's not going to have the Lucas guys here multiple times, that local little track in Kentucky that Scott won, 5 features in back in the 90s. Give him an opportunity to be able to have a piece of Scott and tie it into a promotion. So, track owners always looking for a promotion, and that would be a hell of a promotion.
Oh, and like you said, Scott was the entertainer. He saw a lot on the promotion side because I think the reason why he did that because he realized the bigger the event was, the more money it'd pay to win, and he'd probably be the son of a bitch that would win it.
Yeah, he would be. Then he'd fight Tony over the scales.
He might do that. It might happen. Did he ever get in a fight with you, or did you stay cool-headed with Scott?
No, after he called me out on my water and told me I wasn't the sharpest knife in the drawer, I just pretty much left him alone.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair.
Listen, man, I'll see you when you come to East Bay. That's going to be a really memorial event. That's going to be cool.
Yep, you coming down to East Bay for the finale, I guess?
Yeah, I'll be there for that Saturday night. And then you saw where I think we got 5 or 6 shows we did.
Oh, trust me, I saw where we got to spend the whole week with you, Bubba.
You like that, huh? And
I like it as long as that track prep crew can give me a good racetrack. I can't wait.
We're putting in the process of putting more new clay on there so that we can get it to slick off, better than rubber up.
Yeah, well, hey, you've always said at least give you a shot, so I feel like this is the shot Ocala Speedway gets, and I'm excited. I think it's going to be actually really cool to race there. What is it? 5 nights or 6 nights? Or what is it?
5. I think it's 5, maybe 6. And you're always good at my place.
Yeah, I run good there. I've won there before, so it'd be pretty badass if we could just sweep the whole week.
How's crazy ass Turbo doing? You got to keep him in check.
I ain't even really talked to him a whole lot. He ain't been racing with us a ton. He's kind of been doing the summer nationals and this and that. But I saw him at Florence last week and hung out with him a little bit. But he's kind of off doing his own thing, doing his own races right now. But I'm sure I'll see him here soon.
Hey, buddy, thank you for going on the air, giving me a racer's perspective. I hope the racing community, because we're going to release this, on my YouTube channel, I hope they don't, scorch me on it being a dumb idea. I'm just trying to think about, Scott being the ultimate showman and giving back a little bit. That would be what he would want. Just whether you can get it done or not, it's going to be, or maybe you just save it for the big tracks. Just, you save it for the Eldoras, you save it for the big tracks,
I mean, I don't disagree. I feel like the small tracks, I mean, like you said, 90% of the racetracks we went to, Scott Bloomquist literally left some kind of imprint on the promoter or the fans or the racers or someone. So I feel like everybody deserves to get a little Scott in their racetrack.
You think the series will come up with maybe a little zero that everybody runs on their car to pay respects, and I'm sure
we already had that. We already had that at Batesville.
Okay, perfect. And then a missing man formation, maybe.
Yep, we already did that at Batesville too. We were on top of it.
Perfect. Hey, bud, good talking to you, and thanks for going on the air with me, Devin. Oh,
thanks,
Devin, promote your show, because I know that your Facebook show on Mondays does pretty well.
Yeah, we just have a little Monday Night Live Facebook. Nothing too crazy like the Bubba Show, but me and my brother get on there, and my wife checks us out and shows what we got going on, and just try to promote our merchandise and our racing. It's at shopdevinmoran.com, and yeah, we have a lot of fun with it and hang out and just try to get our fan base a little bit bigger.
ShopDevinMoran.com. He's the 99. He's my friend. I love him. I call him the mayor because Lummy, he knows he kind of just knows everything about what's going on in the pits. He's kind of like a little gossip bitch. He knows everything.
I ain't no gossip, bitch. I just listen. Everybody tells me everything. It's not like I gossip. I just listen.
And I didn't mean that disrespectfully. I'm just saying, if you want to know what's going on, if you want to know you should be the union rep. Swally just needs to go to you and see what he can just get a cross section of what the drivers by talking to you. Devin, tell me what the drivers are saying. Well, 49's mad about this, and Mark Richards a little upset about that, and Longhorn dudes are upset about that. I mean, you could just
there'd always be something. There would always be something. In racing, it's nonstop.
Oh, yeah, nonstop bitching because they think somebody's cheating doing some kind of deal.
You got it.
So, hey, man, good talking to you. Appreciate you going on. Thank you, Devin.
Thanks, Bob. I'll see you in October.
All right, thank you, sir. The 99 driver, number 99, Devin Moran, Roger Sellers Motorsports.
Is he gone? I had a question for him. Damn it.
What was you didn't have a question for
I wanted to ask him about the missing man formation.
Like what it is?
No, just what it meant to him.
Oh, okay.
I had to act like I knew what it was, Bubba.
Right. Damn, you pulled it off, kid.
Damn.
Lummy, we're going to do an after show today.
All right, perfect.
Are we do you want to? Do you want to blow it off? What do you want to do? I think we do one. Seth, it's your call, kid.
Oh, we definitely do one.
10:30?
10:35?
10:35, Lummy.
All right.
Have Mach hard fire it at 10:35.
Will do.
Okay?
All right.
See you then, guys.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian, Lummit.
I'm just straight for the slate markings. Number 2, take 2. Seth Kushner describes his what he does here at the BRN, and action.
Seth Money is zesty co-host and president of podcasting.
That's it? That's how you want it?
Do I need more?
Good evening.
Co-host Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire of Council.
Co-host J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Rhett, the Filthy Ginger video editor.
Yeah, back here wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repeat hello.